Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, April the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey. So in our YouTube, and Pepe, thank you. All right, guys, both rooms alive and kicking. What is happening this morning? So AUUD, and I saw you guys talking about this one, expanding Ticker's 14th patent, expanding their infrastructure portfolio to 16 issued, etc. It's an AI play. Okay. It's an AI play. So AUUD, the big deal of it, of course, is that it only has a 500,000 in the float, 35 million are traded already on that news. So that is AUUD. Where could it go? Well, on the weekly chart, the next high is 762. What did it get to this morning? Well, broke way above that, came back down. So what you can see right now, 762, as we speak, is the next high on the weekly chart. Cannabis plays are still kicking AKN, but boy, that's had a big pullback. Still up 32% from yesterday's close, but it had a big pullback from the pre-market highs. Not quite cut in half now, 18 down to 13 now. And your cannabis plays in U.S. are alive because of some potential ruling. I don't know if it's 100% official yet, but anyway. And another one is YCBD, another cannabis play, up 30%. Not as low a float. It is still low, but it's not low like the other one. I think I saw you talking about a sign, William, maybe ASGN. This is an earnings play, still on the way down. This is a lifetime low. Yeah, wow, lifetime low for ASGN, lifetime low. ASGN, lifetime low. And it's an earnings play. Not a ton of volume yet, only 139,000 shares. Sure, it's going to pick up. Yeah, I sort of agree, William. I mean, there's irrational euphoria right now, I think, for it all. But anyway, just trade what we see. TRT, is this another, not a cannabis play? Okay, TRT, a lot of volume, 3 million shares already. Trying to see, I don't see any news on this one. I don't see any news on TRT. There's got to be something going on, of course. We have 29% on that volume. Pretty low float, 6 million in the float. We pull back from 14 down to 10, though, so there is that. QS, guys, QS is on the move here. QS is challenging 10, and it is an earnings play. QS is an earnings play. The next high is around 1034 on the weekly chart. Now, will it stumble? Will it stumble right at 10? Oh, yeah, Tesla had. I didn't even see the release. Tesla is down a little bit, down 2% after their earnings release. Look how choppy it is in the 5-minute chart. I think this is another earnings play. Yeah, Mobilize, another earnings play. MBLY, another earnings play. Holding the VWAP right now, holding the VWAP. Let's see what it did. It's that purple line in my chart. That is the VWAP. So it's trying to hold. Let's see if it can hold it and bounce off. Or, of course, if it takes out 9, the VWAP may not act as support. A lot of shares available for me anyway. Interactive Brokers, 8.6 million. More expensive one, but this is another earnings play. Now, pretty choppy on the 5-minute chart, but now is an earnings place down 12%. Now is an NOW. So this is an earnings play. Tzu, guys, TZOO is another, I think it's another earnings play. Yes, it is. So another one that's trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, it's up by almost 23%. Low float, 6.4 million in the float. Pretty good volume already. Holding the VWAP right now, TZOO. Okay, guys. So in about 3 minutes or so, I'm going to have to take off for maybe 15. I hope to be back for the 9:30 open. Okay. Yeah, CPIX is flying. It's just showing up here in my crawl. Cumberland Pharmaceuticals. This is okay. I don't want to make sure it's nothing to do with cannabis. Now it says that Apotex will acquire the company. Okay, so or acquires the company's line of branded pharmaceuticals. So they're not being sold out completely. Just I don't know how much. I don't know what else they do other than that. So there's CPX. Let's see the volume. A lot of volume. Volume just came in. Really, the volume just shot in here. Is Apotex a public company? I don't think so. I guess Apotex is not a public company. The largest Canadian-based pharmaceutical company to integrate branded U.S. businesses. Okay. Sign, guys, is all-time low. Yeah, nothing holding it now. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, as I said, I will try to be back for the 9:30 open. Okay, give me a moment. Just put my announcement in. So I'm on mute. Okay, on mute. Hope to be back at 9:30. All right, guys, I'm now back. I'm now back. The main room is locked. Okay, guys. Yeah, 9:30. I made it, I think, right 20 seconds before. Okay. The main room is not locked, Eric Grant, in our YouTube room. I don't know why you're saying it's locked. Just have to, plenty of people are in there now. But just in case, this is oops, this is my link to get into the room. Okay. My homepage. This is for Eric in our YouTube room. Okay, and just click on my homepage link, scroll down, and trading room. Okay, it's not locked. All right, guys, we're now open. We're now open. Well, the 9:30 open. We've been open. So CPIX kept moving higher here, guys. This is on this. Okay, announce a transaction to integrate commercial business with Apotex. They're selling it for $100 million. I wonder if that's all up front or how did they? How is? Whoops. Let me get rid of this. Okay, I see the AUUD is still hanging around the VWAP, guys. Still hanging around the VWAP. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little. Look at QS. Just the last time when we were looking at QS, we were well. I was wondering anyway. Would it take out 10? Well, guess what? Got to 10.04, I think, and boom. But that's a big drop. This is an earnings play. QS is an earnings play. AUD is working now. And it just got halted. AUUD just got halted. So let's take a look at the blue window here. So this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is telling me this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So if you have IB, it's a great. Well, it's obviously going to tell me bid ask in the time and rapidity of sales, but also when a stock is halted. There you can't see the symbol, but it is AUUD halted at 794. This column trying to tell you where it could open. No big clue, obviously. It's halted at 794. This column is this a yes Nasdaq stock? Okay. So if you're in this one, obviously what you want to see is a number greater than the 794. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. You just have to wait and see how it opens. And the other one that was ripping CPIX. But this one is halted on the way down. CPIX halted on the way down. So STM is a popping right now. This is an earnings play. Okay, STM is actually an earnings play also. Okay, been on a roll the last few weeks, and earnings did not disappoint. Obviously, let's take a look. Okay, let's take a look at the cannabis plays. I'll take a look at the. I think this is the main ETF for cannabis. Yeah. So pop, drop. You're not hearing me? Okay. I'm assuming it's just, X Carol or X Zarel. Yeah, no, it's just usually just one person, whatever their computer configuration is, for some reason, they can't hear. So the SPY guys, I didn't really look at the SPY in the pre-market. So the SPY had a nice little move. I think there are some economic numbers coming at, I say Kansas City, or the Kansas Fed Composite Index. I have no idea if that's going to have a huge effect. S&P Global Manufacturing at 9:45. Jobless claims. Well, the jobless claims were at 8:30. So what happened at 8:30? Right there. Actually, I'm wrong. Big reaction, maybe a delayed reaction. All right, guys. So APLD is still another great month it's had. Really, 3 weeks. Well, this is the 2.5 week. Oh no, we're on Thursday now, aren't we? Almost 4 weeks. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 40. We got the same high here. Yeah, 39.50 or so. So about 40. All right, let's take a look at the AUUD. Now, typically they are 5 minute halt. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 9:37 plus 22 seconds. So about 20 seconds from now, if it is a 5 minute halt, they typically are. This is not given any clue whatsoever where it's going to open. Well, unless we think it's going to open at 795. But we have another 4 seconds. There we go. And so you can see it did move, open above 795. In a big way. Unfortunately for me, well, we'll see. Yeah, it's pretty jumpy. Had it opened a little bit above 795 and then came down below 795, not, and then popped through 795, that would have been my signal to take the trade. But it didn't happen. One big wow though. I mean, it's all about the float. 500,000 in the float. All about the float. Short float is not massive. It's short float percent. Not massive. It's 5%. I'm sure is going to get halted again. Going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. Come on. Don't let me down. Here we are. How can I tell? Well, when a stock this active is just sort of sitting like 929, 930, 929, 930. No way in the world that it could be trading like that. So usually that's my clue that it's going to get halted. Now you see the halt is at 929. Now the potential open is below potential. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I've got another race. What is it running? No stocks? Has to be some stocks in here. No. So I've also got the large cap losers from the start of the race. These are the large cap gainers from the start of the race. These are large cap losers from the start of the race. I just don't want to have information overload. What I might do is just let it run without, put it in the background and just develop a top 10 list though. So I can take a look at that later. All right. So this has got to be a cannabis play. Yes. It doesn't say cannabis, so, wink, wink. Grow Generation Core. Okay. So this is a cannabis play. Not a low float. 54 million in the float. Not a low float. High, but not low. Boy, look at QS. Is it gone negative? This is not gone negative yet, but it's a below the day. Excuse me, below the day. Still up 16%. Boy, I mean, I wish I had been really paying attention to this. I mean, it just got completely rejected at $10, and boom. All right, guys. Poet has been so active this week, the last few weeks actually. Look at this. Look at this week though. The high looking left. So it's down for the day. Okay. Uh, 13 or so was the high yesterday. Closed at around 1281. So we see that car has fallen a bit from yesterday's high of 848. You were right, William. You're talking about the meme stocks. This was definitely considered the big meme stock with that float, short float, but also the float. So I was actually looking at Hertz, wondering, well, maybe once they are done with car, they'll turn to Hertz. But Hertz has got a big float. Short float percent is high, but it does have a big float compared to a car, 132 million. So it'll take a bunch to move this one. So it's not. I don't think. Doubt very much it'll have even a remotely the similar sort of move that car had. Gosh, look at QS. I mean, QS. This was really the short of the day, guys, on a percentage basis. If you'd, shorted it near that top at 10. All right, AUUD opened and it opened. Let's see what is halted at what, 9? Oh, it's halted on the way down now in a bigger way now. So here's where, so there's the halt at 850 and now 750. Hopefully nobody's still in this one. I mean, we may We look at it later, holds the VWAP, might bounce off it, but right now, in a in a downtrend. All right, guys, it is now 9:45. So that was when I start to get a little more interested in looking at trades, potential trades. So how's that a sign doing? ASGN, ASGN. So I had a pretty decent pop, didn't it? 22.83 up to about a $2 pop from the lows. But this is an earnings play. It's right at the VWAP. ASGN is right at that VWAP. Okay, so it looks like it's acting as resistance on the way up for a while anyway. All right, guys. So far, the two AI alerts today have not done much. Okay, so it's not like the company made money. What they did, it jumped 15% after the company reports a not more narrow, less narrow Q1 loss. That was the reason. Not like they were making money or anything, but well, the market. I think there were some numbers coming out at 9:45, some S&P composite numbers. So the market is well, it might go positive. Dow was down a little. Well, Dow was down. The Qs look like they're flat, as is the SPY. So, car open and open lower. The memers have fled. It'll move though. I mean, imagine that $92 stock. What about 5 weeks ago, getting up to 845 on nothing. All right, TRT. I could not find any news in this one. Yeah, I cannot find any news. Well, guys, has this still has not had a bounce. QS has still not had a bounce. Now look at it. Whoa, look at AUUD no, though. Look at AUUD. Got down into that VWAP area. High today. The high today is a little over 10. Would have made you a bit of money, William, had you bought those 750 puts in car. Well, this one is still kicking. AGPU, guys, AGPU. It's down 13%, but it's in the mini recovery mode, AGPU. Put a price alert around 24 for the ESPN and see if it gets down there, number one, and what it does there. Will it take it out or will that act as a bit of support? But, it's still very, very weak. Trend is weak. Follow that 5-minute wave down. Question is, for those of you who go into Reddit from time to time, um, well, is there any talk about what the next meme stock is? So VT, unfortunately, nobody can help you with that, okay? We can't tell you what to buy or sell. I'm certainly not a financial analyst, okay? There's no, and the best stock to invest in. I mean, it's gonna have a even if people offer their opinions, that's all they are. So sorry, but welcome to the room. But I'm sorry, yeah, we just can't tell you. Well, this is the best stock to invest in. You might get some opinions, certainly. I have to be careful, okay? I can't. I'm not going to say, yeah, you should invest in this. But I mean, the market is almost at all-time highs. But there's a lot of froth. It depends what you mean by invest. How long are you willing to hold? All right. So this one, which I don't think I had seen until yesterday or last week, MAAS. I'm not sure I really had seen this one, but still on the move here, guys. So, and there are shares available, not many to short at Interactive Brokers, only 2,000, which would have been nice up there. Yeah, most people in this room are day traders. Most, I'm not saying there are no swing traders, but most are day traders. So the mass, I'm going to put a price alert. So the high yesterday was 14, closed down here at 1031. Price alert around the 14 level. See if it takes that out later. All right, so AUD is obviously going to maybe test that VWAP again. More times the test, it doesn't hold. That could be it for the day, at least for a while. Maybe not for the whole day. It just got halted again. AUD. Another halt, guys. Boy, a lot of halts and resumes today so far. NPT got halted. Wow, got halted on the way down, just crashing on the way down. NPT. All right, here's our whole number, potential whole number breakdown for ASGN. Okay, we're sitting ASGN, which is an earnings play, just getting absolutely annihilated on earnings, down 40%, all-time low. Obviously, William, that must have been a miss, or miss lower, and that is for the ASPN. All right, well, we're sitting right on that whole number, guys, 24. So, and I'm talking about the ASGN. No, so no number. Well, the first thing to do, Avon Strait, hopefully I can help you to a certain degree. When you say you can't sign onto your new account, what is happening? Remember now, your password and your username are case sensitive. It's usually the number one reason why people can't sign in. Okay. The number two reason is maybe you didn't fill out your the exchange agreements with the exchanges. They have to be filled out. But here's what expired account. Did you have an account before? So you were a subscriber before? So when you say years ago, you mean you've been a subscriber for years, or you were a subscriber years ago, now you're resubscribing? Yeah, just let me know. Have you? Did you have? Was it working yesterday? Okay, so you're just a new. So you're sort of re-upping, if you will. Well, I don't understand then. Did you take out a subscription yesterday then? Okay, to save some time here, it's possible that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements. You may have thought you did, but if you, I put an email, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, go there. Um, okay, you open the account today. It's very possible then either one of two things have happened. The password, username are case sensitive, or you have not, even though you thought you might have, you have not filled in your exchange agreements correctly. You have to, exchanges want to know if you're a professional trader and all of that. But if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, send an email and say, hey, listen, I just opened an account. Here's my email address that I signed up, and they'll take a look at your account to find out what's going on. Okay. There are people are there. So just make sure you give them the email address that you signed up, because then they can take a look and they'll see immediately what's going on. Okay. My guess is not it's the exchange agreements, or it's username or password is incorrect, just because case sensitive. But they'll let you know for sure. Shoot. I promised myself I was going to pay more attention to our AI today, and I missed out on the LVS short. Am I using the trade ideas alert window for halt? Well, yeah, halts resumes. This is trade ideas. Yes, Michael. Everything you see here is trade ideas. Well, Yvonne, I started about 10 and a half years ago, October of 2016, doing this. 15, sorry, 2015. So it's about 10 and a half years now. Give me a moment. All right. Okay. Pick up a little cluttered mess. Just give me a moment. All right. Yeah, the AUUD looks done. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it could come back later. By the way, guys, ALGN held that whole number at 24. I was waiting to see if it was going to take out 24. So far, that whole number held. Definitely in mini bounce mode anyway. All right, let me see this other race that I'm running. So these are, instead of large cap winners, this is a large cap loser. Well, you should be out of the trade if you're following if you've been following Israel, if you've been following the AI and the GRD, it's got stopped out at 150. So you should not be in this trade right now. Now, when you say to learn it, I mean, there's nothing to learn. You have to, when you click on a symbol from the AI or anything, you have to look at the chart. If you like what you see, you take the trade. If you don't, I didn't like what I saw with GR with that one, for instance. Just because you get an alert from the AI doesn't mean you just file into the trade. LVS though is the one that I wish I had seen early. This is a nice short so far. Wow, it was a great short, especially when I got down to 49.50. But when you say I need to learn this, what you have to learn is understanding how to read charts. All right, guys, it is now 10:04. So give me a moment here. I'm just looking at a couple of things here. HELE. Okay. Um, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now and all the information you can find on my homepage. Okay, homepage. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Bit of a convoluted way of taking out a subscription. We have three promo codes here. So have to listen carefully, okay? So if you do want to take out a premium annual subscription, a premium annual, you can get 30% off. using my promo code Barry30. If you want to get 1 month of the premium service, first month only, you have to use 25 Barry. That'll get you 25% off that first month. And if you want to take out a standard monthly or a standard annual, you can get 15% off. Again, standard monthly, you get 15% off the first month only. Okay? So if you have any questions about these promo codes, just let me know. So if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, all I ask, please use my code. Why? I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room, and also, so if you're sitting in YouTube right now, the trading room. Okay, the trading room is way more robust, a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a lot more action, you come into this room. A couple more perks. This room was actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. But that's why. So thanks to Obi for opening that room early. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders in the pre-market, come into this room. I get on the mic both rooms at 9 o'clock. And then I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. But William in the trading room usually will keep this room open. How late yesterday, William? Was there enough posting to keep you interested? I'm going to say, usually the room then will be open between 3:30 and 3:45. So I usually leave about between 2 and 2:30. So William will keep the room open after I leave. Okay, so that's the trading room. And if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more and keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens before Monday. The market just before the market opens on Monday. That's when you'll get it, and it is free. Now, if you take out a subscription or you're wondering about doing that, click on my homepage link, scroll down, get to that education section, click on the more info. So if you've just taken out a subscription, mandatory you do this, getting started with trade ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. We'll make you an expert in trade ideas, but it covers most of the key elements. And if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month, okay? These monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. And if you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, back to basics, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. It depends what you mean by that. Is it question in our YouTube? Is this trade ideas for beginners? It depends what you mean by that. Trade ideas is a fabulous program, and it generates ideas. But if you click on like an idea and you looking at a chart and have no idea what it's telling you, it's not going to help. Okay, it doesn't have to be flat out tell you it's not going to help. You have to have some idea about what a chart is trying to tell you. When you're looking at it, it is trying to tell you a little bit of a story. So that's why I've got this. Well, we've got this back to basics. If you're new to trading, okay, back to basics. It's free, 15 videos. Okay. Last, if you're looking for some of the scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, middle section, custom scans. Okay. So this is, I don't have this one. I mean, I can give people this one if they want it, but this is what you're actually seeing. The large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. This is a wide open race. Upside versus downside movers is here, right there, that little crawl. Pulse resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them up and running, except for I do have the up down 25 cents. I do have that one up and running and the monitors, but I don't have the momentum scan or the gap scan or the Pepe combo scan up and running. But doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, trying to pare down the number of things I'm looking at. So if you have any questions about the program, these scans, etc., don't be shy. You can ask me questions. But again, I had a question: is this trade ideas for beginners? Um, I would say no. I mean, because if you're looking for something that, well, when you see an alert or something that you're just going to automatically trade it, no. We do have a simulator that you can use to practice trading. It's a part of our standard service and uses our real-time data. What a shellacking now that QS is taking, guys. That QS is still up for the day, barely up for the day. I'm gonna have to. I can still hear my comment about. I wonder if it'll stall at 10. Oh, man, did it ever stall at 10? Now 780. This is an earnings play. So this was an AI play yesterday, I do believe, SON from our AI. Now, to me, it was good. I mean, when I say good, it was a short opportunity. We had earnings yesterday, but all the way down to $46. Close a little bit above that blue line right there. That's the 200-day moving average. So close a little bit above it. And now it's trying to recover somewhat. Okay. No, we don't. We don't have any team members that can teach trading. Okay. Like what we try to do is show you how you can use the program, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. Your best bet is to take a look at those 15 videos. Okay. I posted in for beginners. Take a look at those and then practice trading. You can use our simulator to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay. All right, guys. So exactly, AJ. I've got a couple too many myself. You've got to pare down on the number of things you're looking at. Otherwise, you're looking all day, clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. I definitely have a short bias going today, though, I have to admit. Well, so there's the fig. Now, of course, these are large cap losers, but it doesn't mean they won't bounce at some point. So, using this like a watch list just to try to figure out, okay, Has a stock maybe got into a bounce zone? Is it coming into the VWAP, or is it coming into maybe a whole number, or maybe some moving average that you like, and it's hitting it? Okay, guys, I'll go over this race right here, okay? And basically what I'm trying to do is the concept of racing. I think it's kind of interesting, especially if you are new to trading, but the fact that it creates a list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long, as opposed to flitting around without any sort of focus. So that's why I like to talk about the racing, because it does create a top 10 list for you automatically. Let me show you what I am talking about. So before I go into the racing, just give me one moment. All right, so I direct you to the my home page, because I do want to show you in the guide a little section on stock racing, because I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm going to talk about. It's racing, but if you scroll down, go down to the education section, click on the more info. And at the top here is a user guide, okay? And here is a whole section on TI stock racing. Here's your reference, your guide. So I am running 4-minute races. Everything is customizable. Okay, you want to change the time frame, or whatever time frame you want. I am running 4-minute races. So since the race started, okay, TZOO has moved 10.6%. Okay, since the race started, and that's why it's in the top. But it's going to be it's going to be challenged by AKAN, which has moved 10%. And what happens is, at the end of the race, there will be a winner. Again, every other, all races, you can think of, we'll have a winner at the end. And so right now, AKN took over from TZOO. Still 14 seconds to complete this race. And if AKN wins this race, you see how it won 2 races before? That's what the number beside the symbol means. If it maintains its lead, 1 second, that 2 will turn to 3. Okay, you have a 2 turn to 3. So that's how this race, that's how the list is built. It's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. If you see a stock at the top, click on it. See what's happening. This is what I'm talking about. If you're new to trading, clicking on a symbol and see what's happening. What I'm talking about is, okay, this one, FTFT, maybe the VWAP will hold it. I mean, it's in the VWAP area, the purple line right there. Maybe that will hold it. No guarantees, of course. Acting as support, maybe it'll bounce off it. Okay, and so the race, here's REPL. A little bit of a move, but you can't. I wouldn't take this now. I mean, you're chasing it. You're in chase mode right now. But I mean, my goodness, look at the room it's got. 882 is the next high. 672 is the 670, call it, is the next high in the daily chart. It has got a ton of room to move. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's kind of what we look for. I mean, you see a stock that has a lot of room to run. That is, there's some enthusiasm about it right now. But I'd be waiting maybe for a little bit of a pullback. Otherwise, you're just kind of chasing it. And pull back to what? Well, I mean, if it, going back to that's not out of the, yeah, I mean, there's the VWAP right around 250. So I mean, that's not that far away. So maybe, put a price alert around the VWAP area, see if it pulls back into it and holds, and then moves off it. That's one example. Now, it doesn't have to be the VWAP. If you have any trading experience at all, you might have a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock maybe move into, and see if that act that support. And there's no right or wrong way. It's whatever you get comfortable with. So if you see any stock in this list, click on it. It doesn't have to be at the top, but certainly if it's at the top, I would click on it and see what's happening. I mean, this one is trying, but there's the VWAP. Even if will that act as resistance on the way up? Again, that purple line, that is the VWAP, VWAP. Not a big technical indicator guy, but I mean, there's two things I do follow, and that's the VWAP and the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. So another thing, if a stock has won a race before, click on it. If it's in this list, click on it. See what's happening. So again, unfortunately, AIXI, but you don't know until you click on it, but it could have been moving into the VWAP. You could have seen it up here. But look, it looks like it's taking out the VWAP, and this might turn into a bit of a short. It's a little too cheap for me to short, but until you click on the symbol, you don't know what you're going to see. It could have been just moving into the VWAP, that purple line, and maybe that was going to hold it, and maybe it would have bounced off it. Yeah, the SST, been a pretty awesome one, guys. Finally, well, maybe we'll get one that has good continuation, a low floater with good continuation today. Anybody see any news in this one? I don't see any news on it. 7 million shares are traded, 2.5 million in the float. Don't see any news on it. Okay, so now I've explained sort of the concept of the racing, but now the question should be, if you're listening to this, why are these stocks showing up? And you can see there are a different set of stocks here. The large cap race versus, I call it the wide open volatile race. So if I right click in the body of the race, I have an option, box pops up. I'm going to open the top list window. All races start from a top list window. This is the top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice it says launch. One of the options, launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. Why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, this is what I've constructed. I right click, I click on configure. So this is what I'm looking for in this window. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares are traded at least, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to show up in this window. Okay. So you can still use a top list in this fashion if you want. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on a column header if you've got it, of course. I do have the change from the close. That's what that C% means. So if I double left click, I can sort on it. So TRT, with those filters that I've got, the price range, the minimum volume, etc. This is the stock that has moved the most, 63%. TZU, 47%, etc. Okay. If I sorted on the change from the opening trade of the day, that's that 0%, and it's going to have a different grouping of stocks. FTFT has moved 25%, but I'll keep it right here. So you can use a top. So for instance, if you wanted to find the stocks that are down the most today, or up the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. But what the race does, the race has no bias whatsoever. It doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks right here, what stock is moving the most since the race started. Now, you're going to the stocks that are at the top here, you're probably going to see them, in this list and winning races because they're being followed all day long by traders all around the world. Why, this TRG, it's trading 2,000 times normal, up to this time of day in terms of volume. So it's trading really abnormally. So you have to expect that traders around the world are going to be following this stock all day long. The TZU, same sort of thing, 87 times normal up to this time of day. But what the race does, again, the race doesn't care so much, but all it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the race started. So that's how sometimes, you get some stock that's doing nothing for a couple of hours, like FRMI, it's up 4.5%. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to really move? It was up 8%, 10% moving up this list. That's what the race will do. It'll show you the stocks that are moving the most in the list. But again, just because a stock is up 58%, don't discount it. At the end of the day, this stock could be up 200%. You don't know. Okay, but that's the concept of the racing. And of course, you can construct your own top list window with your own set of parameters. Maybe you don't like this price. I mean, you can take the race exactly as it is, but maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to change the minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up 2% from yesterday's close, or maybe you want it to be up more. And if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some of your favorite filters to this and launch the race on that. Okay. You can also create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, as the rest of the world calls it. Of maybe there's a basket of stocks that you like to trade every single day. Maybe there's 15, 20, 30 stocks that you want to trade every single day, and you could create what we call again a symbol list, and then attach it to the top list window so it only looks at those stocks, and then launch the race on it. Or it could be a different grouping of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work once the market, market never closes, but you know what I mean. Say after 4 o'clock, you do some evening work and you say to yourself, you know what? I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. Okay. Now this race is a little bit different. Same concept. I'm running a 4-minute race and all that same concept, but look what happens when I open the top list. Only one stock right now, okay? Only one stock is meeting the filter requirements. Now, this doesn't mean that this is it for the day, that there's only going to be one stock in this race. And the same thing with this one, okay? I mean, stocks can come in and out, based on the filter requirements. So let's take a look at why there's so few stocks here. So I'm looking at stocks between 10 and $70, 200,000 shares, etc. But this is the reason. I'm looking for my position and range filter that I'm using. You see where it says 95? That's the position in the day's range. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So at 95, that means the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Market cap has to be at least 500 million, and also the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. Those three filters are not here. That's why there are way more stocks that are showing up. Okay. But doesn't mean this is not as good. See how the list has expanded. And some days, this list can be a lot bigger. But most of the time, it's usually never going to be as big as this list. But notice it's not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. Okay. So if you have any questions about the races, just let me know. But why I like the idea, it creates a top 10 list. And if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at this as opposed to this. This is a lot more exciting, a lot more fun, you know. Stocks are moving, you can get some big percentage moves, but big percentage moves can have huge percentage drops also. Typically, the reason why you're getting like a big move in an SST, look at the float, 2.5 million in the float. That is a very, very low float. The float is well, maybe later on people hear me talk about the float all the time, and if you're new, you're probably wondering, what the heck is the float and why is it important? So if you're sitting there nodding your head, I can go over that if somebody wants me to. And I can even haul out my cul-de-sac analogy. Okay. I only needed one person to spur me on. So sure, why not? So the float. So you can see the float here is 2.5 million for this SSD. Okay, now I still do. I consider that anything under 20 million is a low float. But you know, since we started looking at the float information several years ago, in a lot more detail, at least I did. We're now seeing stocks with ridiculously low floats. I mean, if you'd asked me this 5 years ago, a 2.5 million share float, I would say that's crazy low. But now we're also seeing stocks with less than a million in the float. Crazy, crazy low. What does that float mean? I'll just bring up Apple as an example, and to show you the difference. Apple has 14 billion, okay, billion shares in the float. So for Apple to move, I'm not saying Apple can never move a big percent, if it has some news or something hits, but for Apple to make a big move, you need a ton of volume to make that move, okay, because of the float. Whereas, and so, so you might say, well, this isn't 6.5 million a lot? Not really. Relative volume is 0.92, so it's not even trading normally, okay? Let me get back to the SST. How do we get that? How do we get the float? So typically what happens is, so say with an Apple, with the 17 billion in the float, whatever it was, you take the number of shares outstanding, which would be more than the float, and then you start subtracting what the C-suiters own, say in an Apple, the CEO, the CFO, etc., and mutual funds, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So what the float is basically the effective number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. That's a very simple explanation, okay? So the lower that number, and if you have some enthusiasm for whatever reason for the stock, which of course you do, 10 million shares are traded, that's 91 times normal up to this time of day. So look at it this way. In my cul-de-sac, okay, let's just say you live in a cul-de-sac and there's 100 homes. I know it's a big one. 100 homes in that cul-de-sac. And you want to sell your home. And you're the only person in the cul-de-sac that wants to sell your home, and you list it for $1 million. Okay. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you get a lot of offers, and then you get a feeding frenzy. There are people falling all over themselves trying to buy your home. So all of a sudden, instead of $1 million, somebody's bidding 1.1 million, and then somebody's bidding 1.2 million. You're just sitting back and watching, okay? And that's because the float is basically the supply of stock, and the lower that number. And so, if in the cul-de-sac, there's only one home. That's the supply that's in there. And so, when you get a low number in that float, which is the supply, and you get a lot of interest, which which is the volume and the relative volume, what happens? The stock goes up, okay? Because there's people, it's like a feeding frenzy. People want this stock. Doesn't matter why. I can't even find any reason why. Doesn't really matter why, but that's why a stock can be up 40%. Apple rarely would be up 40%, okay? But that's why, because of that low float, low supply, high demand. Okay. So in your cul-de-sac, low supply, one home, for whatever reason, high demand. Maybe there are people out there that have got word that there's going to be it's going to be rezoned or something like that, and that's the rumor. Okay. So that's on the good side. Now, what happens on the flip side? So now you want to sell your home. You're still doing the same thing, and you list your home for $500,000. But then all of a sudden, your neighbor wants to sell too, and but really wants to sell. So they list their home for 475, and then your other neighbor really wants to sell and lists their home for 450, and then 10 others got to sell and start listing their home for less and less. Now you're sitting there with at your 500,000. You will not, and there's only for whatever reason there's no interest. There's no interest. There's no buying interest. There's only two people that are interested. So if you really want to sell your home, then you're going to have to keep going lower than whatever the lowest bid is. So that's what happens when a stock like this, for instance, runs out of steam. All of a sudden, yeah, it's wonderful on the way up, but all of a sudden, when the enthusiasm dries up, and you can just tell by the enthusiasm, by the volume bar, if all of a sudden it just starts to dry up and nobody wants to trade it anymore, what's going to happen? You're in it. You're in this stock. You want to get out. Well, the stock is going to start to sink and sink and sink, and you may not be able to get out where you want to. In other words, you may not be able to sell your house at $500,000 if you've got to get out. Maybe you have a desperation need to sell, and so you're going to have to keep dropping your price. So again, just think of the stock market as a lot like that. It's all about supply and demand. So if you've got a very low supply, like a low float, and high demand, yeah, wonderful on the way up. But the minute that demand dries up, these stocks can just drop so quickly. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense of why we talk about the float. Now, if you're used to trading Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, etc., because people say, well, what is a low float? Well, it depends on what you're used to trading also. I mean, if you're used to trading Apple with, 12 billion or whatever that number was in the float, you might think 100 million is a low float. Okay. So it really depends on what you're used to trading also. But for me, I used to always consider 20 million low, but we just find so many stocks now. There are 5 million and under that, that's sort of the new normal for a low float. Now, do I only trade low float stocks? No. Here, I don't even have a float minimum. Okay, here I do. I have a 50 million. That's why this is why these are large cap stocks. Minimum of 50 million in float. I don't actually put a maximum in here, but it's just that if a stock is moving a big percentage, you can almost guarantee the float's going to be low. How can something go up 20, 30, 40% unless the float is relatively low and there's huge demand? Now, again, if Apple with the 14 billion in the float. If Apple were trading 100 million shares right now, yeah, you'd be moving higher. Okay, more than likely. But, it's trading 6.5 million shares, and look at the relative volume, 0.90. It's a very powerful filter that we bought. That means it's not trading normally, and one would be normal. So it's trading slightly under normal for this time up to this time of day. This time of day sensitive. Well, the AI purchase of whatever you want, you're talking about in the default, okay? Estrella. That's, it's up to you how many shares you're going to take. You're talking about here, right? But that's just, put some number in. You're talking about this, right? That's, I mean, that's up to you how many shares you want to trade. I mean, they just put 100 here, 100 shares per trade, but that's got nothing to do with how many shares you want to trade. Speaking of which, I didn't even know that SST was an AI trade today. It was pretty good too because the alert was at 343. Before it pulled back, we got up to $4. So that's a nice percentage move. It is pulled back. And let's see what happens if the VWAP can hold it and act as support. You have the entire cul-de-sac to sell. Well, you better get a big developer on board. All right, guys. So I want to see that QS. Oops. Has it gone negative? Not quite. Short of the day, though, if you had taken it just underneath 10, we were looking at this earlier. Short of the day in terms of a percentage move. I mean, look at that. I mean, 10 basically rejected it, and now down to 780. And this is an earnings play. So, I mean, basically, they said, you know what? We haven't lost as much money this quarter. So it's not like this is like a wonderful stock fundamentally, but we didn't lose as much this quarter. Well, SST, of course, Estrella was showing up, here and yeah, go ahead, 162. Well, yeah, it's had, I haven't been following the halts and resumes. EUDA, yeah, so it's been halted 9 times right now. And yeah, we saw this one last month. Last month it did a similar thing. Probably no news. Your news is that this is Singapore, right? Yeah, Singapore and one, that's your news, Steve. That's the news. It's a low float stock. It's out of Singapore. Some group somewhere decided to, and it's not a lot of volume though. 386,000 shares. That's not a lot of volume. Yes, it's 5.8 times normal, but it's not a lot. Certainly not a lot of volume. Well, let's see. Here's the TRT. Yeah, the TRT. You might be right, PJ. I mean, it's um, it's a lifetime high. Yeah, it's a lifetime high. TRT is a lifetime high. So there's nothing stopping it in theory in terms of, well, obviously no chart resistance is stopping it. This is the one I could not find any news. I saw that on the 21st. That was 2 days ago. Some director sold 5,800. But other than that, I don't see any news on it. So you cannot, okay, so 162, if you're talking about auto trading, you cannot auto trade the AI. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. You cannot auto trade it if that is what you're talking about. You can auto trade your own strategy. If you create your own strategy, you can do that. Okay, but you cannot auto trade the AI if that is your question. Sure, sir, Dad, I can do that. Okay, I just want to make sure 162 understands you cannot auto trade the AI. So, sir, Dad, as I'm waiting for well, you can, yeah. I mean, but I wouldn't get it so complicated. Okay, if you wanted to trade SST, you see, this is the way I trade. It's the reason I don't like a preset kind of strategy because you cannot set your stop. Okay, in a what I would call a more logical way. When I trade, I have a stop, and it's based on something I might see on the chart. Okay, but it's not like okay, my stop is 1% away, 2% away, or a certain dollar amount away. Every trade it will be different, could be different. So if you get SST and you click on it and you like what you see, then you can take the trade. You have to know now if you decide that you want to obey the stop. I'm just using this one. You want to obey that stop price, fine. Then the way I trade anyway is that if I were able to have entered at 343. But if I weren't, maybe I was entering at 350. But let's make the math easy. If I were able to enter at 343 and my stop is 10 cents away, and I want to risk $100 on the trade, and how much you risk on the trade should be, in my opinion anyway, should be about the same every trade. Okay, you're not going to risk 100 one trade, 1,000 the next, etc. Okay, and how much you're going to risk per trade really is dependent on your account size. So if you have a $5,000 account, probably makes sense not to risk $1,000 a trade, right? But so I like to use the analogy of say you're going to risk $100 a trade. Risking $100 a trade, meaning if it doesn't work, that's how much you're prepared to lose on the trade. So if you had been able to enter around the 343 mark and your stop is 333, that's 10 cents. So if you wanted to risk $100 a trade, you could have taken 1,000 shares. Okay, so it's not going to be the same amount. Not going to be the same. You're not going to take the same amount of shares every trade. For me, anyway, that's the way I trade. If the stop had been 20 cents away, I would take and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. Then I'm going to take 500 shares. If I lose and I obey my stop, 500 shares times 20 cents is $100. Okay, and understand the stop is not always going to be 10 cents away or 20 cents away, or I mean the stop. Look at the here's 53. This is a short, but 154, 145. This was the stop, and it got stopped out 4 cents away. So that's how I trade. The reason why I don't like having some kind of a sort of an automated trading strategy is because, or saying, okay, I'm going to risk 1% every trade, or 10 cents or 20 cents every trade, because I don't think it's based on anything. The way I like to look at it is, I look at the chart. If I see what I think might be some support and let's just say I wanted to trade this SST and it was up here at 383, and I looked down here and I thought maybe that's support, the VWAP is support, and so I would take the number of shares, based on the difference between my entry and the VWAP, but it's based on something. I'm not saying you don't, like, people don't have to use the VWAP as support, but that's an idea. Okay, because a lot of traders will look at the VWAP and say, okay, it will, the VWAP can act as support. Stock moving into the VWAP, and if you're in, hopefully if you're in it, it bounces off. But if it breaks down through, you're out of it. You're out of the trade. Okay, I mean that's how I look at things anyway. It could be a moving average though. Sometimes if you have any trading experience at all, you might have a moving average on your chart that you love to see, maybe a stock going into and holding and then taking a trade then. Okay, so Serdad. Yeah, that user guide is very old then. Whatever you're seeing, I mean, there are some videos out there that, unfortunately we can't scrub them all off the internet. There's no auto trading on the AI. Okay. But, but, but again, if you listen to what I said, I just don't really agree with taking the same number of shares every trade because it's not based on anything. Well, how it's used is that, I would have loved to have seen the LVS earlier. Okay. And if I had been seeing this, the same thing though, a percentage stop loss for every trade is the same sort of thing though, whether it's I mean, look, I'm not going to tell you don't do that. Okay. But it's not based on anything like a 1% stop or a 2% stop, or like, what is that based on? What if there is, let's just say for argument's sake, I wanted to take this LVS, I'm long, like it was up here at 53. I know it's a short. And I looked at the 5-minute chart and I said, you know what, that looks like pretty good support. Okay, but what if that's, and if I want to be out of the trade if it moves down below that, what I consider a support level. But what if that level, and you're saying you want to put a 1% stop, what if that 1% is way down below? To me, it's not based on anything. If you look at the chart, it could be, or look at a 15-minute chart, it could be semi-obvious that is looks like a pretty good support area. And if it broke down through that, you want to be out of the trade. But if you use 1 or 2% or whatever percent, what if that 1% is way down below that support area? You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying don't, I mean, there are people out there, I think, that probably use a percent on every single trade. I'm not going to say don't. I'm not going to try to, browbeat anybody to trade the way I do, but I just don't think it's not based on anything. So how to trade the AI? I mean, here I use it like a watch list. Okay. I mean, it's a watch list that you don't have to. I'll get to your question, Sir Dad. I'm sorry. It's a watch list that you don't have to do anything, and you just wait for the alerts to happen, and then you should have any trading experience at all. Then you click on the symbol. Like I didn't like the GRWG. I remember seeing it. I didn't like it because I didn't. I looked at it and I thought, what? It could be too much resistance not that far away. So I didn't like it. Now, had it broken through 162, it would have got a little more interesting to me. So just because I get an alert in the AI doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. It's not infallible for sure. That's why I would not want to auto trade either, because auto trading, even if you had your own strategy that you back test and it looks really good, the problem with it for me is that you don't know necessarily what the 200-day moving average is or where there's some resistance on top until you click on this symbol and check it out. Anyway, that's just the way I trade. Sir Dad, you're up. So I'm going to direct you. I'm going to show you on the homepage, okay? But my homepage, because there's a whole section, of course, on. So this will be your reference, okay? Because I don't expect you to remember everything I say. So if you click on my homepage and scroll down a little bit, get to that education section, click on the more info, and then click on the user guide. And where you see watch lists, we call them symbol lists, watch lists, okay? Here's your guide about how you can create your watch list symbol list, okay? I'll just show you quickly, but this is it's a very good, I think it's very good in the guide. Some videos and some text, okay? So if you went to tools and click on symbol list, so click on tools, and now there's several ways to do it, but this is how you could, one way. So click on tools and symbol list, okay? So here are some of the watch lists I've got. So we see where it says create new. You just click on that, create new, and I'll type in Sir Dad. I'll just call it Sir Dad, okay? Say okay. And there's Sir Dad is down here, and you're empty. So now you click on it, and here's now where you can start to put your symbols that you want to follow. Maybe it's a list that you can copy. If not, you'll have to type them in manually, just in a row. Okay, not in a column. No commas, just type them in. I just MSFT. Okay, just do it like that. So far, are we good? Okay. And then you would just say okay. Okay, assuming you've got your list of stocks. Now I'm going to show you another way in case, but the symbol list that you're trying to create, is it going to be something that that you're trying to create a symbol list of stocks that you want to follow every single day, or will it change from day to day based on or will it be, or do you want to add it during the day? I mean, I've asked a few questions. So you want to add symbols during the day. Okay. Okay, this is still a way you can do it. Okay. So let's say okay. So here you are, Sir Dad. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky. Because now, in order to monitor Sir Dad, you have to create a top window or an alert window. And I'm assuming you know how to create a top list window or an alert window on how you want to monitor those. Okay. So in other words, you've got a bunch of symbols in here, and you want to know when the stock makes a new high for the day, or a new low for the day, or a new 5-minute high, like in an alert window. Or do you just want to see a top list window where you can see the stocks and see what they're doing, how much they're still up over the course of the day, or some other metric? Let me look at an alert window. Okay. So you would create your alert window and how you want to monitor this symbol list or DAD. And it may be just something as simple as, show me when the stock makes a new high or a new low for the day. There's your alert. You probably don't have to do anything else, no other filters necessarily, because these are stocks you want to follow. So assuming that they're in the price range you want and the minimum volume that you want and all those things. So you may just want to see when those stocks make a new high of the day or a new low of the day or a 5-minute high. I can't tell you how you're going to monitor. Okay, I mean, that'll be up to you. But let's assume that it's just a new high of the day, a new low, or a new low of the day, but you see where it says symbol list. So you create your alert window, and then you see where it says symbol list. You click on Add Existing List. Now, if you haven't done it before, you'll see it right off the bat. Right at the top here, you'll see Sir Dad. Okay. If I go down and find it in alphabetical order, it never used to be. It used to drive me crazy. So there's Sir Dad. So if I left click on it, it's going to move over into this column. That's the goal of Add Existing List. It's going to move over into this column. Okay. And then what you do is, this is a drop-down menu. The default is all symbols, and then you just check only the following lists. Okay, and Sir Dad is checked, and then you check that one. Okay. So you just check that one. Now, here's how you can do it on the fly. There are a couple. I'm gonna get rid of you. But, so here's how you can also do it on the fly. You could check the heart. The heart is but I'll show you this way too. Let's just say you wanted, you click on a symbol and you like SON. You like SON. And you want to add it to that list. If you right click, send SON, and you hover over, go down to symbol list, hover over that, and you'll see it immediately. If you've never done it before. So here it is down here. And so now you just added SON to Sir Dad. And you can do that all day long. Okay. So you can add symbols all day long by doing that. Just right click and send and symbol list. I mean, you're not clicking, you're just sort of hovering over, and boxes, and these boxes pop up. And then you just click on your symbol, and then it'll go in there. Okay. So that's one way. Now, if you want to edit it, so if this is something that you want to create every day, like a new list of symbols every single day, but you want to keep Sir Dad as your named list, here's where it gets a little, not quite as intuitive. So if you click on Tools, and you click on Symbol Lists, and again, here you are down here. See how I added? So I'll highlight it. Just left click to highlight it, and then see where it says Edit List. Now here's where you can edit your list. See how SON got added? So here's how you can edit your list. You want to kick a symbol out, or if you had all of a sudden you had a list of symbols that you just knew you wanted to put in there, you wanted to copy and paste them in, you can do that quickly. But that's how you can edit your list. So for instance, if I want to get rid of all these, delete, hit delete, now they're gone. Okay. Now I'm going to have to I'll get rid of you. Okay, I'm going to right click and delete the list. Okay, so now you're gone. So all that makes sense to a certain degree. Again, remember, it's all in the guide. But here's another way that you can do it on the fly without even creating a symbol list from scratch. See where we have the heart? So if you decided that you wanted, say you look at IREN, well, it's already harder. Let me click on another one, QXO, and you said, you know what? I want that one. So what happens when you click on the heart? It goes into a symbol list that we have created for you automatically. And it's called My Like. Okay, that's what it's called, My Like. It's automatically created for you. So when you click on a heart, it automatically goes into that symbol list called My Like. So if you didn't want to create anything from scratch, like a symbol list from scratch, like I went over, you just click on the heart, and it's going to go into My Like. Now the only thing is, the same idea though. You have to see it over here, okay? You have to see it over here. So I don't know, Pepe, you probably know. Excuse me, when you click on the heart, it goes into My Like. I don't know if it automatically goes over here though. So if it doesn't, then you just find it, left click on it, okay, left click on it, and then it has to show up here. And then you do the same thing, only the following list, and you check it, My Like. So you can do that all day long, just clicking the hearts. And to get rid of a stock in it, because obviously maybe you don't want to follow it all day, or for some reason you want to, all you do is you go to the stock and and then so say I hearted it, you just unheart it. Okay, then takes a little bit to disappear, but you know, so you have two ways to do it. You can create your own symbol list, or you can click on the heart. But both ways though, you still have to have an alert window or a top list window that you can attach the symbol list to. Okay. Yeah, you can just read it in the guide also, because it's a reference. Again, I don't expect people to remember everything I say, so it's a good reference. And again, a word about the guide, okay? Believe me, I'll get to the word. When people are starting out with this software and they look at it and they think, my goodness, this is super complicated. Well, you can make it as complicated as you want, or you can make it as simple as you want. So if I click on my homepage link and then go down to that education section, click on the more info, then I'll click on the user guide. So people get the wrong idea, I think. They look at this and go, how am I supposed to learn everything that's in this user guide? Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? There's so many, I don't know. Well, I mean, I have an idea about what everything does, of course, but why? I mean, it's like any other software program, a big user guide, but it doesn't mean you have to learn everything. I know my analogy is almost MS Word, and I look at the manual for MS Word. Okay, imagine if they said, you know what, before you can use the software, you've got to learn everything in that user guide. Well, they might sell 2 copies. I'm exaggerating. But most people, with a word processing program, all they care about is, okay, how do I type on the screen? How do I save it? Maybe change a font. You know, how do I print? I mean, those are some but if you look at the user guide for MS Word, it's huge. Lots and lots of different things, of course, you can do way more advanced than just probably what the majority of us just use a word program for. Okay. Same thing with trade ideas. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. I would certainly alert windows and top list windows, mandatory. But there's the getting started right there. It's covered. And I go over stock racing. But you know what? Some of you who are listening to me talk about stock racing, you might go, I think I'm not going to use it. So you don't have to learn it. You don't like the idea. I'm not going to force anybody to look at stock racing. I think it's an interesting concept, especially if you're new, because even if you're not new, it just gives you some focus for the day with a top 10 list that is built for you. But it may not be your cup of tea, and that's fine. The watch list I just went over. Sound alerts are probably something that, put a sound alert on your different alert windows, on the AI if you have it, and on your price alerts window. Sound alerts are awesome. I honestly don't know what I would do without them. Because what happens is you put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. How am I supposed to know, that something might have popped into this window? Okay, how am I supposed to know that? So I put a sound alert on here, its own sound, its unique sound. So when I hear the sound, I know to look at this window. You can have text. You can have the symbol read out, either in a female or a male voice. And obviously, the idea is to put a different sound alert on the different windows. So, if you put everything text to voice and everything was a male reading it out or a female reading it out, how would you know which window to look at? The other thing I think that concerns people is I right click here and I click on configure and then I click on search. So these are all alerts and filters that Trade Ideas have. Okay. The two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all these icons represent real-time alerts. And then when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. Some of the obvious filters, a price range that you might want, a minimum volume that you want, how much does the stock, if you're looking for stocks that are up from yesterday's close, things like that. Some fairly obvious ones. But look how many we've got. So if you're looking at this and think, oh my gosh, again, with the guide, how am I going to learn everything in the guide? How am I going to learn what all these mean? You don't have to. Personally, probably used in the 16 years I've had the program, I probably have only used, I think we've got 600 we've got 600 of these total, maybe 15 of them. I don't know. I really don't know. Most of my scans are just new high and the new low of the day. But the reason there are so many is because when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language to create a scan. So they said, well, okay, if we don't want to force people to learn a programming language, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to have to create a lot of different real-time alerts and a lot of different filters so that for those people who have some trading experience, they would find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Now, I should say this, though. If you're wondering if we have something, so I would go to any alert window. If you have any alert window open, so I'm going to right click, again, go to the configure, and then the search. So if you're wondering, well, what do they have for MACD? So type it in, type in MACD. This is what we have for MACD. Okay, we've got the 5 minute crossing above the signal and above the zero. okay, below above and below the zero line. So, and on these different time frames, okay, that's what we have for MACD. Now, if you're looking at this and going, yeah, but wait a minute, I need the 20-minute. We don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. Okay, there's a limitation to how many we could put in, and so 20, we decided. Well, it wasn't. It's not my program, but so. But all I'm trying to say is that if you don't see it here, you can't create it. That's the whole idea, though, of not having to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So if you don't see it here, I'm sorry, you don't have it. What do we have for RSI? This is what we have. So notice they're filters. They're not RSI breaks, but they are filters, stochastics. This is what we have. Ichimoku. Guess what? We don't have anything on. Okay. So if you're wondering if we have any something, and if we do, what are the time frames we have them on? That's what you do. You click in the search. And sometimes we just, if you click on something that you're looking for and we don't have it, we don't have it. All right, guys. Excuse me. So if you're talking to me, links, we don't trade forex. So we don't trade forex. So we don't scan for it. So I could not tell you. You want to do the U.S. dollar, Japanese U.S. dollar, Japanese yen, U.S. dollar. You're on your own in that one. We don't. We only scan for stocks. Okay, the U.S. stock market. That's it. We don't do anything with forex or futures. All right, guys. Yeah, I agree with you, uh, PJ, regarding the TRT. This could be the late day bloomer. It has not given it up. It's still looking decent in the TI wave. It hasn't traded. Now, interesting. If I go to a 2 minute, might have transitioned a bit. Yeah, see it a little orange now. But on the 5 minute, it's still. But what I do is put a price alert at the high of the day. Not that far away from it, about $1 away. Price alert high of the day, and see if later on it takes it out. So low float, trading 1,900 times normal up to this time of day, and it's a. Just give me a moment. All right, so that is so yeah, the TRT. I would be definitely putting a price alert. I mean, it may take it out earlier, but sometimes it's a little more expensive. Usually, we see the stocks at under $5 might have that late day run. But and could anybody find any news on this one? I could not find any news on this one. It doesn't have to. Really? So we are calling this an all-time high, but our data only goes back maybe 15 years. Um, how to trade. So I'm not, chart trading is not my specialty at all. I've never done it, but how do you, there's a little pop-up. Oh, there you go. So if you click on basic trade, okay, so let's say I wanted to trade SST. I guess here's how you can do it right here. Pick how many shares you want. This is in paper trading mode right now. I find it, you see, I trade from within my broker platform. Okay, so I just took the trade on the chart. Okay, now you got limit, you got stops and all that. So, I mean, I just don't do it. I mean, I trade from within Interactive Brokers, but I guess that's a way in which you can do it. You know, if I click on VMAR, but it's any trade. It's not just AI. Okay, if you have any your own scans. I mean, it doesn't have to be just the AI, of course. And then that should be in Brokers Plus. Yeah, there's the SST. Now it's in Brokers Plus. Okay, so now here's how you can control it. You want to get out of the trade or add the stop here. Okay, so remember, it doesn't whether it's the AI or anything you're seeing here. I guess that is a way in which you can do it. So you just click on that. Now, to get that up, you have to be using our what we call our HTML charts. Okay, so if you right click, use browser interface must be checked. Okay, and then you'll get this menu at the top here, and you just click on basic trade. I don't know what that other means. I don't know what advanced trade is. Let's see. Ah, I see. Okay, maybe you want to do advanced trade. You can go through this. So at least you're getting, yeah, I see now. So now at least you're getting the bid and ask up here. How am I going to get rid of that? So are you talking about trading live 162? You're not talking about in the simulator. You are literally talking about trading live. Okay. You see, I mean, I guess you can do this. I mean, that is basically what I'm looking at in Interactive Brokers. Okay, if you want to trade right from the chart. But yeah, so all you do is you make sure you pick, see where it says TI paper trading. I think that's the default. I don't think, in fact, yeah, you cannot do anything but paper trade using this. Okay, you're not able to connect to your broker. So this is only for simulation trading anyway, right now. But again, whether it's the AI or whether it's any symbol you're seeing, you can do this. Just don't see where to put a stop in here. You can go to Brokerage Plus, of course, once you're in the trade, but you have to know where your stop is because here, as Pepe is going to tell me. So right there, you see, I can add my stop order, and so whatever number I want, I'm in at 352. I put 332. I mean, I just and now I can add my stop order. Okay, so now when I look at SST, I just find, I mean, I'm just so used to trading from within Brokerage Plus. Okay, so but there's a stop order you can see. So if I allowed myself to get stopped out, I'd lose $20. I only took 100 shares. I'm up $9 on the trade right now in the simulator. Well, yeah, Brokerage Plus is where you manage it. Okay, so you will be using Brokerage Plus as well. Yes, Brokerage Plus is where you're going to manage it. Whoa, look at this, guys. TRT it's happening early. Don't see where you can put your stop here, unless it's in the sell market. Ah, no, you know what? I can't get rid of this. It's at the top here, and I don't know if I click on that X, it's going to get rid of my chart, I think. How the heck do I get rid of this? There's got to be a. Yeah, so here's how you follow them, okay? So 162, here's how you follow them. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and you see I've got, don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version, so you're not going to see all this. It probably stops at premium RBI and GBI, but you see I have three that start off with premium AI strategy trades window. Click the middle, sorry, I have three that start up with premium AI. Click the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you're going to see, or something like that. Okay, have different column headers. The other thing I would do is uncheck. More than likely, it's going to say profitable trades. Uncheck that. The reason being is that, remember, I like to use it like a watch list when I can pay attention, because the AI, I mean, right here, GRWG, the alert was at 155. But maybe right there. I may have looked at this and go, you know what? I want to take this bottom at 135. So I want to know about it. The other thing is that the reentry price. So for instance, look at the reentry price for SST. So the alert was at 343, okay? But look what happened. It actually got stopped out. But it then got halfway between the 343 and the 333, which is 338. You will get another alert a suggestion right there that you could have taken the trade right there. So if you missed it the first time, or you took it and it got stopped out, here's another opportunity to take the trade at 338. And right now at 362, that's pretty good. Okay. But if you have profitable trades checked, you would not see you see it now because it's profitable. But remember what profitable means is that at 343, at 338, that's not profitable because the original alert price was 343. So it's going to say that's not profitable, but you'll miss that then. But the company, this is the default, just to have that profitable trades checked, and I think it's crazy to do that. So I have to tell people to uncheck it so you can see if and when there's a reentry. Not no, notice these two. There's no reentry. Why? Because it did not hit the stop and get halfway between the original price and the stop. A stop could have hit the stop. VMAR hit the stop, but what would have the only way you're going to get a reentry is if it gets halfway between 145 and 141. Call it 143. So if VMAR hits 143, it'll pop in here. Okay, but you wouldn't see it if you have profitable check. So uncheck it. Okay. Now, the earliest alert you'll get with the AI is at 9:40. That's the earliest. You don't necessarily get one at 9:40, but that is the earliest you'll get an alert, and that's just designed that way. So you can see we had one at 9:40, one at 9:41, 49, 10:22. Okay, and about 11 o'clock. Usually that's about it. Doesn't mean you cannot be an alert after that, but usually by about 11 o'clock, that's it for the AI. It's the way it's structured. Now, Pepe, how do I? Oh, is this it? No. How do I get rid of this stupid box now? I cannot. I don't, I think it would probably be here. Nope. Nope. I know there's got to be a simple way to get rid of this box, but unfortunately, and if you're wondering, why the heck you sort of work for trade ideas, why don't I? Yeah, I don't want to do that though. I don't want to. I mean, there's got to be a simpler way, Spanky, just to get rid of this box. I'm sure Pepe knows, but he's ignoring me today. I know what you mean. I could drag it out and maybe get rid of it, but it's got to be a simpler way just because I'm in a dock. No, 162. No, there is no. I haven't even taken a trade today. I don't trade very much at the best of times. A few reasons. Obviously, I'm doing a lot of different things other than just trading. But even if I weren't doing all this, I was never a big trader. I mean, if I traded five times a day, that would be probably a lot because I've got pretty select. Oh, well, ah, Ah, okay. So is that what you meant though? Is that what you meant by dragging it? Okay, so I've dragged it. I've drugged it. I think you meant getting out, creating free floating. I can't believe it's not like something so simple. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys. I don't see I thank you, Royal, Arroya. But I don't see the two left arrows. I don't see the two left arrows. Only when I only when I do that, but that's not but that still keeps this open. It's crazy. Ah, the agony of not being in this one now. The agony of not being in the TRT as I'm trying to mess around with this. I wanted to take it on the 15 break. Wait, 11:38. Well, it's been a fast morning anyway. I love the questions, guys. I mean, I don't, the fact that I have not been able to trade is not the end of the world. There's still plenty of time left. But this is the one this is the one I should be in. This is made for me, quite frankly. You know, all-time high, breaking over the high. I actually was thinking maybe this would happen later on in the afternoon, but now my mission is to get rid of this. It should be one of these. All right, guys. Well, as I'm trying to muddle EUDA just got halted again, guys. Resumed 14 halts today. All right, guys. Well, I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes. I believe it's going to be Steve Gomez. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. I'm just going to confirm that. Any other suggestions, Roya, in our YouTube room? All right, look at QS. Did that actually go negative? All right, now this one might get me very interested. Okay, it's been a little bit choppy. The ASGN is an earnings play, a little bit choppy in this area. It got into the VWAP. The VWAP basically it poked its head a little bit above it, but basically acted as resistance, and it's now underneath the whole number of 24. The low today was down here around 22.85. Might be a bit of a magnet now that it's underneath the whole number. I tried that. I tried, so click on it. Yeah. I tried escape, cancel order. Well, let's see. No, that's just canceling, anybody using this, guys? So what you're asking, I guess, IQ, is there a watch list, a huge watch list of all the, AI symbols, and that maybe you could sort on how could you sort it? You see, for instance, in our price, I don't know. Okay, I think I know what you're asking. If we look at our price alerts window, okay, I can sort on the dollars from the alert. Okay, so I whatever reason, here's double MAAS. The alert price is at 14.15. The current price is 9.81. It's $4.34 from the alert. So yes, I can understand why it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have a whole list of the AI alerts and then somehow be able to have a sort feature that shows how close they are to the alert price. That I don't know. I'm when you ask, I don't know if there's a list like that. I don't think so, but maybe Steve will know. He'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room. He might know. Well, this is my price alert list. This is my price alert list. So I mean, well, this is price alerts. That new price alert window. Yeah, it's my own. It's my own price alert window. So if I put a price alert right here, right click, whoops, 8:15. I'm gonna bracket it. I want to try to trigger it. 11. Now, of course, it's not moving. There you go. So you see what happened? No, I know you're looking for Holly's list, but I just wanted just to show people. Now, the reason why it showed up down here instead of up here is because I didn't I had it sorted on not the trigger time. But that's the way to use the price alert window, guys. Okay, you minimize it. No point in having it take up any screen space, even if you have screen space. You minimize it, and then when you get the alert, it'll pop up on your screen. I don't know if there's. I mean, there is history all time frame. I don't know if you can actually that might be able to get you a list. So last 60 days, just out of curiosity, let's see what happens. So here's the last 60 days. Okay, so you have a last 60 days, but is it going to show you? So there's the yeah. So here's I understand IQ. Here's the so here was the entry price. Here's the last price. But so what you want? I mean, you'd have to go through every one of these. Okay, I mean, it's a little bit of work. Create a price alerts window, put them all in, or go as far back as you want. You can only have 500, but then you'd have to go to each one of them. And so here's the entry price, okay, for BTBD as an example, and you would put a price alert say at 240, so that as it gets close to the okay, but that's a lot of work. But you know what? It might be worth it. That makes sense. If you want to go back 60, well, these are the Holly alerts. These are the old Holly alerts. So if all you want to know is what stock would get added to that long-term Holly, and as it's getting close to perhaps, well, no, it's not. If you're not following it, then if the entry price was two, I'm just using this one as an example, BTBT, BTBD. If the entry price was 246, the current price right now is 186. Okay, so if I wanted to find out if it was getting close, I would put maybe a price alert in my price alerts window at 240. Okay, so I would go to BTBD. Well, you go back as far as you want. Oh no, I'm hung up. Please don't be hung up. Son of a, I'm now hung up. Happens every now and then when I type in a symbol. The only reason I get a little ticked about being hung up is that now I'm going to lose. I can reload the software, no problem. But I'm going to lose it, lose all my. I don't think I can get out of this. Yeah. Well, bear with me. Well, at least I'll get rid of this. I hope. So give me a moment. Okay, at least that annoying pop-up is gone. This is what I mean, though. Unfortunately, now my top 10 list is gone. So let me try again. Hopefully, it's not going to do it again. But BTBD, okay. So the original alert was at 246. Okay. So if you go back and see the ones that are still underneath the original alert, they won't all necessarily be, right? So I would put a, as an example, I would put a price alert, right click, create a price alert, and put it at say 240. That would mean it's getting close, or put it right at 246 if you want, but you might want to see it a little ahead of time. So if you went back history all and go to the last 60 days, let's do 60 days. So, GVH, the entry was 134. It's above it. So, you're not going to do that one. You would just, TH, it's above it. So you just basically look at the ones that are below. Well, it depends what you're talking about. The list is this is just looking at the last 60 days of the AI alert. Okay. That's what that's what it's looking at. The last 60 days of AI alerts. Okay, so actually, yeah, so actually, this is a simpler way to do it. You see, you can do a search on change from the dollar, change from the entry. Okay, that doesn't make sense. These are just the last 60 days of AI alerts. Got nothing to do with entry time. Okay, but I thought all you wanted to know was when a stock finally gets back to the original alert price for the AI, that AI had, whenever that is. Yeah, but you don't know what's going to trigger though. The triggers of the day, you don't know what's going to trigger. Like here, I don't know what's going to trigger in this. I don't know what's going to trigger in anything when I start off the day. So if you create your price alerts, going back in time, go create your price alerts where the original entry was. You just wait for your price alert window to, if it happens, to pop up on your screen. Then you know something is close to the original entry price. And then you can make up your mind and go on a trade or not. I am not, Michael, but you know who is? Steve. I am not. So Michael asked me in the YouTube room, okay, about setting up the AMM. Want to make sure it is Steve. Yeah, so Steve has a lot more experience than I do, okay, and he'll be there in about 7 minutes. What I don't understand, but at any rate, never mind this change from the entry. What I wanted, so you go through these. Say you just wanted to look at the longs. Well, I know if you can do that. Yes, filter. Just say you wanted to just look at the longs. So in the last 60 days, here are the long alerts, okay? So here was the entry price for CLMT. It's underneath. So all I'm trying to say to you is that you don't know on any given day if the stock is going to get close to that original entry price. Okay, if I if I took CLMT as an example, I could put a price alert, just underneath, say 36.50, 36.50. But IQ, you know the answer to that. You know the answer to that. That's the question you've been asking. You know, any way we know when a ticker gets added? So you know the answer to that. You asked Dan yesterday, I'm sure. And so far, well, there isn't a way though. That if there was a way, then we wouldn't have to go through all this. You know, looking at the past AI alerts and then creating a price alert close to the original entry price, and then if it triggers, it's going to show up on your screen. Then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it or not, because it's going to be very close to the entry price. It's actually not a bad idea because it's a little bit. You might want to take it even though it may be not hitting the entry price. Maybe you want to take it anyway because it's setting up well. But that's up to you. You see what I've done? You look at the last 60. You can go through them, see the ones that are still underneath, and some of them you might not care. Maybe they're outside the price range you want. But again, I'll just do it out of 36.58. So I'll put a price alert, right click, create a price alert. I'll create it at 36.50. And if you want to put a little note, you can do that if you want. Now, tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month, if it gets close, it's going to trigger for you. You're just not going to know, of course, when or if it's going to happen. But at least you'll be alerted when it does happen. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, so I got to hurry here because Steve is going to take over for me very soon. So I've got to get my message in here. Oh, man. Such a hassle having to reboot the software, but only because I really wanted to have that top 10 list. Back around 1 p.m. ET, okay? And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. Yeah, I was ASGN, yes, Dragon, but completely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, disregard that. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the YouTube link in. Steve will take over for me in the YouTube room. Yeah, well, I wanted to short this one just underneath 24. I thought of 24 break, the whole number. I was looking at it right up here, around the 23.78 mark. But it's It still might be if it takes out the low of the day. I mean, it's an all-time low right now. It's a horrible earnings play for it. So now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I think I heard a little pop, so I think he's there. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I think that was a little pop. Right, Steve? You're in our YouTube room now?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, well, Mr. Steve Gomez is taking over for me between 12 and 12:55. Steve Gomez of Trade Ideas, the originator of the Trades of the Week. And you're way more familiar with me with the money machine, right? Because somebody
I'm
asked
getting
me
there.
about it. Okay, cool. I said for him to stick around. That was about
Yeah.
7 minutes ago.
I
So
can help
maybe
you.
you can demo the money machine for him.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can get those. Hang on, if I can get those little windows off my screen.
Okay.
My camera wasn't working. Let me see here. But yeah, I'll help him out. No problem.
Okay, it was Michael Gardner. Yeah, I asked it 11:53. So I was told him to hang around until then, until you showed up.
There I am. I found it. Okay, I'm here.
All right.
Camera's on.
Hey,
Here
Steve,
we go.
we'll see you in about 55 minutes. Okay.
Oops. What just happened?
How
funny. My Trade Ideas just shut down.
Oh.
Like on its own. That was weird.
On me also. I typed in a symbol, and that's when it usually freezes for me. Sometimes when I manually type in a symbol.
The program literally closed.
Mm-hmm.
It literally closed. That was weird. Gremlins.
Are you on the dev version also?
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, but I don't know. So I might have done something weird to close the program with the stupid Windows command, but it's coming back up.
Okay.
All right, Michael, I can help you. I think I know what you're looking for. You were looking for
okay. Okay. I'm muting myself now. Okay.
All right. See you. I think I was ready for you, but then I had to restart. So hang on a second. Let me get what Dan sent me. And I'm going to paste that as well in the, this is the cloud link that I'm going to open. And this is a race because I know you were having trouble like getting your races connected to the money machine. And Dan agrees. It says it's a bit complicated right now. So this is the first step in making sure. Did happen to you as well? That's interesting. Okay. A complete weird shutdown. I'll have to keep an eye on that. So I'll scroll back. Okay, so we're going to do the races and connecting to the money machine. And this is for you, Michael. Thanks for showing up because I asked you to show up and you did. Not everybody does that. And if anybody else is here that I asked to show up, after we're done with Michael, we get him going. Don't be shy. You can reach out and let me know what you need help with. Okay, so whether it's this race that I sent that Dan uses as an example or your race or any other race, there's a couple of steps. Let me go and open Brokerage Plus. And I am connected, not connected. Okay, let me show you guys something. This is something I just figured out. We have two, and I showed this to Dan and Brad. This is two Trade Ideas paper trading accounts, SIM. One is connected, and they're both connected. So that's a problem. We need to disconnect one of them. All right, so now I'm on the new connected, just one, because if it does that, you get an error. So now that we're running and up and going, I'm going to start with the race. Michael, ducking out of work. We're going to go right-click in the race. And buried down in there is something so much fun that Dan was excited about that we have to find all the way down here, can attach to money machine. So this might be hopefully the secret move that was needed. So we're going to attach that trade. That scan is now check marked to money machine. So let me go over to the money machine. Gear wheel must be connected to paper trader. Okay, so I think I connected to the wrong one. I'm going to disconnect from that one, and I'm going to connect to the original paper trader. And I believe that'll make the system happy. Yep, we're happy. Okay, so step one, Michael, is right click and enable your race attached to money machine. So now we're connecting it to the money machine. There's going to be a simpler way. Think of this, guys, as the old operator in the 50s, plugging in one patch to another patch. That's kind of what we're doing. We're building the foundation. And for now, the users have to kind of patch things together. But as we go forward, trust me, the software will become much more slick and you won't be doing it like this. Okay, so here is the key move in the Money Machine settings, Michael. Use races for entries. So now that we've checked this, and now that we've got the race checked, I'm going to click Save Profile. And we're going to go ahead and see what happens. Boom. Only the Money Machine account trading on position. Okay. Select only the Money Machine. Yes. So it's asking me to verify which Money Machine account, TA paper trading on positions. Yes, we're going to use the Money Machine. This is not an error. This is just a qualifier. So as you can see, it is plugging away here. These are some of the names that have popped up into my window. Now, I can scroll this down, and this allows us to see the positions a little easier in Brokerage Plus. So I'm hoping that is a help to you, Michael. The key step is making sure that you've got this enabled, attached to Money Machine. And the second key step is going to be use races for entries. All right, so let me know if that helped. The Earth is off its axis today. It was weird. I think I was trying to grab something that was minimized and the whole desktop froze. Or it didn't freeze. The whole desktop disappeared. All right. Just say what happened to me as well. Yeah. Hello, Stocks Unhinged. Jay, what's up? What do I think about the market strength? Is it reliable? So I think that's a great question. Everybody's expecting and wanting a pullback. I've seen a lot of traders out there. Some people want the market to go short, and they're frustrated they can't get the market to roll over. And other people I know that are good traders are frustrated that they missed the move, and they want a pullback so they can get in. That is a recipe for not giving the market people what they want, not giving them a pullback. I think what we're going to do is we're going to just continue to kind of slide sideways. We'll have our little moments of air pockets that things are acting wacky on my screen. I want Epic Pen. There we go. I think we're going to kind of go sideways. Buying right here is probably a chase, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some of this. We're not going to get the pullback that everybody wants. I think it's going to be a sideways grind. That's my prediction. That's what you asked about. How do I explain SMH? Well, some of the earnings that have been out there have been strong. Texas Instruments was strong again. The semis are just doing extremely well. That could be a leadership sector, and it should be. And it's just that, they're doing their own thing. Well, especially the S&P is not quite tech heavy as much as the NASDAQ. So I'll go to the SPYs and draw again. I think we're just going to see some of this until we get another good headline. I am not bearish in the slightest. Matter of fact, I'm feeling pretty good about things. I've started loading up on some stuff. I'm in hedge fund mode. I'm not going flat every night like I was back here. And back here, I pretty much just went to cash. And it all started with Tesla, which had earnings yesterday. And I'll talk about that. But I've got a couple of what I've been calling vanity entries, and I've been bugging my friends about it. But these blue lines down here, these are entries that I took. I felt that we were really overdone in the midst of the Iran craziness and fear. Fear factor was intense. There was a gap on the Tesla chart, and it came down and just double tapped it. And so I went long at 339. And then I started buying some other things that were working, Rumble being one of them. I've got a vanity entry in Rumble. I added to it, so I raised it a little bit. Now it's up here around 540. The DJT trade is not doing that well today, but I bought that at 1050 down here. Another vanity entry. Dan had been talking about Xerox. I decided I wanted to watch Xerox. I timed it perfectly. I'm actually adding to it as we speak. I've got an order at 67 to buy some more, 67. So the point I was making, to answer your question, I'm in full on hedge fund mode. I'm looking to sit in some of these positions for maybe a long while. I feel like, watching the market as close as I have, we had that moment in time where there was just a pretty good capitulation. And like I said, it all kind of started with Tesla and it grew from there. You've done the same, but it won't show in the money machine. Now, which one are you connected to, Michael? It looks like I'm connected to, what you could do is you could try to switch these up if you have both. Also make sure, I didn't mention this yet, this drop-down menu, you need to make sure that what you're connected to and what you're showing in this drop-down are one and the same. And then one more quick little thing, you see it up here as well. The active account. This is what the system asked me about earlier. So yeah, there's about 4 little, patch cords that we need to kind of work with here to maybe get things lined up for you on that. It sounds like it's an account issue. So yeah, SMH, I can't explain that. It just has a mind of its own. Rest in peace, car. That thing was the craziest. I'm like, how did I miss that? But who knows? You never know when they're going to happen. What happened with car was just the perfect storm of short squeezes. It had a very short float. Gosh darn it. It had a very short float. And all it took was a game of musical chairs. 17 million. All the shorts were actually squeezed out, and then there was nobody left to buy. And that's really what you're seeing on the chart there. Set the race up from the tree on explosive winners, and it will not run in the market maker, in the market money machine. Can you try this? Can you do this? Can you run the one that I gave you? So we can hopefully rule out, maybe the way it's the race setup or something. But again, I'm going to drop this race. Can you make your money machine work with that race? This is the one that Dan sent me. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some. Software sector has been absolutely crushed. The fear of AI has absolutely ruined the software sector. Barely got much of a bounce, and it's giving a lot of that back. If you have 2 connected like the web, it won't work right. I mean, if you have both the SIMs connected, that won't work. Also, you need to make sure that your account is connected, because you can't be on the web dash and this at the same time. That's another point that could come into play. But hopefully that link that I dropped you to the race, that's working for me. Okay, yeah, thanks, Kamal. We'll make sure that's the case. Thought Adobe would have a stronger reaction. Yep. Tesla's trying to fight back. So what Tesla said was they blew out earnings, so they shot up to like 406 after hours. And then Elon came, and the first thing he said was, yeah, we're going to really increase our CapEx spending on batteries and AI and robotic stuff. We need to build some stuff out so we can really have better revenues in the future. So all the short-term minded people sold. How do I reset the position and the dollars on the money machine? Reset the position. Oh, okay. Let's see. Are you talking about the profit and loss, Kamal? I think that's what you mean. You want to start with your P&L. I'm going to give you the email. Just send them an email and say you want them to reset your SIM account. I don't have access to it during live here. Yeah, there you go. Just say, please reset my SIM account. It just takes 2 seconds, and then you'll have a brand new fresh start. But I love that you guys are using the SIM. It's very important to learn and to make mistakes and to figure out the sequence and work, figure out what works best for you on the SIM trader. That's why we have it. All right, I think I'm caught up with you guys, so that's good. No, and hopefully they're getting to go into the live chat. Okay, so instead of sending the email, if you go to our home, yeah, but it's weird. Sometimes some of these emails get sent to our spam, and we don't check it at every moment. But if we saw that, we would have replied to that. Go into the live chat if you can on our homepage. Just go to the live chat, and somebody can reset your SIM account for you. Because when you come to the chat, we can see your account. We can quickly click a button and go into the back end of your account, and we do a reset SIM for you. And somebody will pick up the chat and get it done for you. Oh, I've been sitting in this DXYZ. This is the Destiny 100. It's kind of a new thing. God, there's another one. What was it? Is it USVC? Oh, USVC. USVC. I forgot the symbol, but what I was getting at is these venture capital funds, these private equity funds that lend money at the angel and mezzanine investment level for startup companies. Well, this one is Destiny 100, and they specialize in up and coming technology with a lot of AI and some of that kind of stuff, agent AI. But the fun part about DXYZ is around 20% of their fund, they managed to get early shares in SpaceX. So as SpaceX begins to get closer to IPO and there's more hype and maybe more raising of the IPO price, this DXYZ could act as a proxy for that. Yes, we are, Kamal. That's something definitely everybody wants, including myself. I'm a huge proponent of TI Wave, especially because we attract a lot of new traders because they want the tools to get better. And the Sim Trader is one of them, and TI Wave is the other, in my opinion. I don't use it because I know what I'm looking for. I've been looking at charts for 30 years, but somebody who's only been looking at it for 30 days, they really benefit from that buy and sell. And so, yeah, as you know, right now, we've basically got it overlaid to any chart you want to look at. But the next step, of course, is to automate that and scan that where we are starting to set alerts, and of course, Money Machine too, to get more benefit out of those TI Wave buy and sell signals. Okay, how do I set the stop loss, target, and entry with Holly AI charts? I'll show you the basic way to do it. I just use the strategy trades window here. And Re-entry price. I like to see that. I'm going to right click and add columns, and I need to add a new column here. We're going to call it stop price. All right. Bring that stop over so we can see that a bit. So we can see that better. Let me look at the charts here. I need to make sure properties show AI trades. Okay. Okay, so when the trade is live, I clicked on SST. So when I click SST, you'll notice that the stop is right there. It shows up in the screen. It's also going to show up right there. Stop. I created this column called stop by right-clicking and adding a column. It gives me the value. So what you could do is you could even go to the stop and then right-click and create a price alert. So you know that the stop has been triggered. That's how your stop is going to be set. Okay, I'll get back to you, Michael. As far as the target goes, that's up to you now. We no longer have targets in there. Targets are up to you. So we give you the risk. The reward is basically up to you. URI, what do we got in URI? Oh, United Rentals. Interesting. HRI. Ah, good. My soon-to-be son-in-law works for HERC. HRI. Okay, so the link is working in the money machine. That tells us, Michael, that there's something about your race that it doesn't like. Can you do this? Can you send a cloud copy of your race to info@trade-ideas.com like we have above? And maybe also a copy of this one here, both of them. And Chris can take a look, or one of us can take a look at how your race is set up, compared to this and why yours wouldn't work. And we'll try and run yours as well in our money machine. So that's probably the next step. Just send us a copy of what you're using, since we've kind of identified it's the race itself that's causing an issue. Minimize that for the moment. I'm going through some of the stuff that I'm sitting in. This is a robotics play, RR, small cap. I'm going to let this one go. I'm going to let it work. I had some serve, but I sold that one yesterday. I'm glad I did, because I've got enough exposure with robotics in Tesla and RR now. So there's robotics. I still can't get hit on another bid, and this is Xerox. This Xerox just came out of the dead. Dan seems to think that they're going to, like Kodak came to life, right? These companies are around, and they've got capital, and they've got ways, and they can try and reinvent themselves. And wouldn't be surprised if Xerox came out with some new, hey, we're doing some AI data type stuff. So I like the way the chart is behaving. I'm looking to add to it, maybe a couple cents lower here. Short high Xerox. Yes, the short float. Thank you. Short float. A lot of the names I'm in have high short floats. 27 in Richter Robotics. Rumble, 23. Rumble announced they were doing something. I can't remember the name of it, but they're going to create a new cloud for AI transactions, blockchain transactions. Keep going here. How do I know the ticker enters the long-term Holly? There's no real bell that goes off or says it. You just got to kind of keep an eye on those thumbnails, or keep an eye on, more importantly, I'll show you the grid view. I can show you this right now. Hang on a second. Nope, not Brokerage Plus. Did I close the AI? There it is. So you want to kind of expand this out. You can expand this too, but we go to long-term trades, which is being shown. There we go. But if we right click down in this segment, you see we've got this thing that says call show data grid. And in this case, you can just sort by time. So the signal time is the one. If I'm looking at this correctly, we're on the 23rd today, so nothing new. Yes, the last thing to come in today was Ericsson. That was a short from the past, and it's still working short. So this is the key one you want right there, the signal time, by right-clicking in that panel, and data grid. So it's kind of a three-paneled. There you go. You got to watch that cursor closely. All right. No, there's no alerts that are going to pop out. It's just something you have to monitor. Do you have strategies that you revisit, or you keep your SMA 50? I pretty much keep my approach along with my wheelhouse of my favorite 50, 80 stocks that are broken up into maybe 12 sectors. But a lot of times, especially lately, when things are really starting to go, I might, go to this tree map and maybe turn the tree map off and say, who's got the highest short float? Who might really be in trouble here? Because the short squeeze seems to be on. So I will look at this scan a lot, and that's why I've got it up. And I use this a lot as well. I can look away. If I see a nice big green shoot, I know that, a buy program has come into the market. If I see the red shoot up, I know a sell program's come in. These tickers over here, just kind of keep an eye on my wheelhouse of stocks, as I told you. This is another one that might be interesting. I got this up as well. Dan created this alert, and I can drop it in there for you. It's a good day trading alert. It's basically just showing you things that are green on like every time frame in the moment. So they'll come and go. They'll pop up and pop in and out of there. But the idea in using that scan is to start using it early and develop a watch list. This scan is basically going to show you the stocks that are in play for the day. So you can start to learn to trade around them. You can buy pullbacks however you want to play them. I don't have an answer for you, Kamal. It all comes down to the developers and what their priorities are in creating new features. That was just never a new feature. I'll put this back on tree map. It was funny that Hertz was doing a sympathy move with Avis. Look, it's pulled all the way back to the 200 day. That's probably an interesting buy right there, but I'm out of money. I can't buy anything. I've got a full boat. So I was talking about that Xerox, looking to buy some more if I can get away with it. But if it breaks higher and this is the low of the day, I'll just change that to a market order instead of trying to get 1 more cent out of it. Oh, wait a minute. No, I got it. No, I didn't. That's my price, 6.7, but they didn't trade with me. You know what? I'm just going to grab it. I'm just going to go ahead and change that to a market order. And we'll call that an ad. This thing's been really strong. Please go back to your long-term Holly alerts and tell me about the entry date and the signal time. The entry date is the date in which the signal came through Holly up here. This is all today. So at some point, some of these names could show up 2 weeks from now where SST is kicking ass and moving higher. And when it does that, our system identifies the fact that at one time it was a Holly signal and it will put it on here. But if you right click and show data grid, you can see we have two headers. The entry date means the date at which it was on the intraday Holly. It was a day trade. Entry date equals day trade. Signal time means it's coming out again on a long-term thumbnail to show you it's still in play. That's the operative word. It's still in play. So you just opened a scan, a trade, a symbol, he tried to say, from that scan, and it was Vino. What? Oh, Vivo. That makes more sense. Beaten down, trying to catch a bid, but wasn't what caught my eye. Revenue 61,000 market cap. It's a good thing that you're looking at those metrics, yeah, to see why it's beaten down. All right. If I was a member 2 years ago and make a scan that was really liked, is there any way to access that scan to see what the settings were? Yeah. What we do is ideally you made it saved in the cloud. I don't know if you remember doing that, but if you did that, then you're good to go. If not, what we can still do is we can look, and when you saved a layout, we might be able to look at some of your prior layouts. But Stellar, I'll have you info at, if you email them and let them know what you did save in the cloud. Perfect. So yeah, you just sign back up. The most important thing to do though is to make sure that you sign back up using the same username, which was likely your email. And once you do that, you're essentially just reactivating your old account and all your settings are still going to be there. And more importantly, what you can also do, you might like this, you can go to your file explorer and you can look in document settings. Just had it. And what we do is we create a Trade Ideas Pro folder in your document settings. And that's where a lot of your auto saves and your robo logs and your backups and your layouts are. So if you see that still on the same computer on your hard drive, then you're even better. All right, come on, tickers turn green. It seems like the pullbacks are shallow. I think NASDAQ found a bid again. I'm telling you guys, I've talked to so many people and they all want to pull back. And when you hear that, the market's not going to give it to them. That's been my experience. So it makes perfect sense to see this kind of ascending wedge. And we may do this for a couple more days with a couple more little intraday, air pockets to try and shake people out. But once this 10-day moving average starts to catch up to the price action candles, that's really what we're kind of waiting for, in my opinion. Then it becomes perfectly healthy, perfectly normal to maybe even push higher. Or maybe we just go sideways for a few more days. Who knows? But I don't see a major pullback. I think it all changed right there. I'm comfortable calling that a breakaway gap. but you only know those in hindsight. And when you look at the small caps, they are having the most win. There's the breakaway gap, and there's like a secondary, second stage breakaway gap. And look at that. It's tightening like a bull flag. I mean, we're just one good headline away from another possible good push. By the way, if anybody took APLD for the trade of the week, I did, but I got scared for some reason and got out for a minimal flat or maybe even a small profit. But it had a nice upward move today from the trade of the week. And I tell you, I know Andy talks a lot about it too, but the Bitcoin IBIT, it's changed its tune. And here's another good example of why I say under the 50-day moving average, once a stock or anything can hold the fort and build a base camp 3 or 4 days above the 50-day moving average, that's where a lot of these charts are that I see right now. You see RR trying to do that. Serve was trying to do that. There's a lot of charts just trying to build a base camp. I think that's the play right now. So a lot of stocks are doing that. They kind of slowly switch gears and change lanes, but it doesn't just rip through and continue to new highs. You need to consolidate and digest. Digest is the word. Xerox was trade tickers to watch the other day. Yeah. So I've been in, again, this is one of those vanity entries. I'm going to have to adjust my price though, because I'm adding to it right here at this blue line. Well, actually, I added to it already. Let's see what my new price is. My new price in Xerox is where are you? $1.44. So I'll adjust this blue line up to $1.44. But I'm now in turbo mode because I've added to it. Hopefully that blue line doesn't trigger. It doesn't matter though. This is a really good trade for me because I really caught the early move down there. Skills nonstop. SKLZ. By the way, Xerox is doing the same thing, trying to build a base camp above the 50-day moving average. And then before you know it, the fast lines, the 20 and the 10 pop up and come up underneath the 50 and start pushing the price higher. That's what I see. What the hell? Oh, another the data processing are just off the hook today. I wish I'd seen that. That happened right on the open? No. That must have had midday news, huh? And they were halted for a while. Yeah, so I see exactly what you're talking about, stocks and hinge. That's why I just said I wish I had seen that, because look at what happens. I was just telling you guys what happens when the 10-day moving average comes up underneath and like sprouts like a new green shoot under the 50-day. It's creating a new lovely ecosystem for the price candles to not want to touch it. And the minute they got close to touching it, that's a beautiful pullback right there. So step one shows you, hey, something's happening here. A buyer came in and they bought as much as they could, and then they back away. They back away, and then there's more to go. So this is often times when you see something like this with volume, don't lose sight of these little small caps that do that, because put them in a ticker or a watch list or something, because they're probably going to have a couple round twos or threes. I couldn't have bought it anyway because I'm out of money. UECS, I noticed yesterday uranium really came into play. It was this move right here. And when I go to all these names had that same move yesterday at the same time. There's that midday move, NXE, midday move, DNN, midday move yesterday, CCJ. So they're kind of pulling back a little bit here, but I chose to play UEC yesterday, and then I chose to add to it a little bit too early today, but it's really messing with me. But I'm pretty bullish on uranium, so I've got some exposure there. The ABTC is my best trade that is open. That's my vanity entry down there. I don't have to add to it because I bought a shitload, and it's doing very well. GameStop. I feel like the shorts are back to being squeezed again. Well, GameStop is the poster boy for the possible naked short squeeze. So I'm into this one with 2/3 size. XRPI. I love XRP, but I'm going to take some risk in my account using this ETF of the crypto XRP. Look what XRPI is doing, right? Popped up above the 50, building a base camp, and the 10 SMA is coming up underneath. Maybe something's going to happen soon in these things. I hope. Hive is something I bought down here. Let me tell you about this one. I noticed when crypto started getting better that a lot of these mining stocks started doing better. And they might even be also trying to pivot towards being data centers and stop the crypto mining and retool and become a data center. But anyway, they were doing well here. But then I got out, and thank God I did, because the next day there was no news, no reason. This giant yank down right here happened. And then the following day, this giant volume bar, they just slammed it right back up. This was what I just said. This puts it on notice for me. All of a sudden, this vicious pullback and double volume rebound the next day. I'm not going to call it manipulation. It is what it is. It was a violent head fake, and I'll take that. And so I bought it like here. I said, I'll take that gap down when everybody else was doing well. So that's why I'm staying in this one. I did sell a little bit yesterday, but here's another example. This one right here is the anchored VWAP. Sometimes people ask me if I use anchored VWAP. I showed this to Brian Shannon, and he pointed out that the year-to-date anchored VWAP was being breached. And so if it wants to build a little base camp here above this anchored VWAP like it does down here at the 50, I'm going to sit in this thing. That's my point. I'm not selling this thing. So I'm trying to have some diversification. And I've been in and out of JetBlue, and I saw an entry this morning. I had money to play with. And the minute I saw this, I didn't even think twice. It was the first thing I bought probably 2 minutes after the open. I saw this little hitch down there trying to run the stops. It tagged the 50-day moving average, took out yesterday's lows. They always run the stops on the open for everybody who sadly puts their market stop orders in overnight and they go to work today. They get stopped out. But I see 4 or 5 days of pullback and a nice trend line right there. This was a no-brainer. I've never pulled up a stock and bought it so fast. So now I've got some airline exposure. And last, I think I showed you everything. I showed you DXYZ. That's pretty much my portfolio for now. These are things I don't intend on selling, really. Now, if they start to go and move higher, I'll kind of layer out of them little thin layers to build cash, to redeploy new cash. But this is not what I was doing 2 months ago. 2 months ago, the market was crazy. I was doing more day trading and kind of getting slapped around in swing trading. You know, somebody wrote us today and they said I had lost a lot of money in March. And I said, well, guess what? I didn't make much money. I didn't make any money in March either, swing trading. So it wasn't just you, sir. Don't feel bad. It was a very difficult market. But what I saw when the market turned down there and gapped up and caught everybody leaning short, and then I had already purchased Tesla, I started buying some more stuff. And so my mode has changed. I've gone from a trader or swing trader mode to literal hedge fund mode, because I feel like this could be a pretty good cyclical low that we just went through. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you what, stocks unhinged. The dev team is working on a lot of things right now, and that probably wouldn't be a priority. You know, I would say, you know, not in a direct way, but I'm using AI a lot these days, and you can quickly pop over to AI and type in a couple of queries and get some pretty good ideas, and then you can take those ideas and you can drop them into your own watch list and your own symbol list. So it might take a little bit of extra legwork on your end, but you can develop those names, and then you can create your own symbol lists. You can create as many symbol lists as you want and just name those symbol lists, as sectors. And then you can start to pull up top lists with those symbol lists. For me, this is what works for me. I just have a list of about 25 or 30 ETFs, and I change it from the open. So today I know that energy, solar, and semis, and hey, jets, airlines are doing well. Stay away from uranium's bad today. It was good yesterday. Software. And then in my mind, I know where to go from there. I know who the players are and the sub players. But I mean, I wouldn't try to mislead you and tell you, oh yeah, I'll tell them to do it when they don't have the bandwidth or the priority to do something like that right now. We're in the process of taking everything that we've built in this Windows C++ environment that you see and transforming it to something more 2026 web. So that's the priority of the developers right now. It's not going back and kind of rejiggering the old Windows stuff that we've already made. So I'll just be honest with you. Yeah, you need to activate Stellar. You need to activate a subscription. You can just do 1 month if you want, and you'll see all your old scans. Okay, you've logged. Okay, I need to activate a subscription to see my old scans. Yes, if you logged into your old account, you're not going to see anything. You're going to need to sign the live data exchange agreements and have them turn on the system for you. You're not going to see delayed data, any of that. So the only way to do it is to create the subscription. Once the live data is turned on, you'll see everything just like it was before. I don't know what they're running stocks. It might be some Python, yeah. But I'll tell you what, they're making full use of Claude. And we're at the right use at the right time. Claude and some of these really intense, heavy lifting AI tools have come along to really help those guys be efficient and do it the right way. It's a pretty cool tool to have now these days if you're a developer. But yeah, they've embraced that stuff really early, seeing how well it can help coders. No, not necessarily. You still need admins and you still need creative people to make things happen, but the Claude is there to make sure you do it quickly and correctly. And especially debugging, finding debugs, that stuff is amazing. But yeah, we're going to try and get it. We're getting away from the Windows 2003 look into something more. So that's the focus all year long. 26 is the new tech stack. And we've already seen some demonstrations of early iterations. It would be basically everything you see here, the live data is coming through, but it's coming through in a different visual. Very cool, Python, whatever you want to call it, dynamic web page with numerous tabs that you can, flip through. Do I think the average retail day trader would be wiped out with AI? No, I don't. I think if they use AI, they'll, the average day trader was already wiped out 20 years ago when they started trading high frequency trading. I think AI is going to be more of an assistant, a really good help. Andy and I use it all the time, especially for fundamental questions, or there's a stock that might have an issue and you can have the AI explain to you real quick, look, there's some sort of a internal struggle and a class action suit. And you're like, okay, I don't need that. So it's a great assistant. I mean, guys on Wall Street pay assistants $1,000, $100,000 a year 10 years ago to say, go and fetch me that information, research that and get back to me. Well, now you can do that individually for free. We had to adapt stocks. I didn't like it. I didn't like the fact that they were doing HFT and hiding orders and dark pools and arbitraging in milliseconds. I didn't like that. But what I had to learn was you can't just buy a nice order flow anymore. You have to wait for the craziness. And it changed the whole face of the first half an hour of the market day. That's where the most effect was shown up. where those guys realized that they could, and not only HFT, it's the payment for order flow. The Citadels, that are getting your market orders for free, for paying for your market orders, so you can get free commissions from Schwab and E-Trade. That's another horrible one. That's why you see all these flush downs on the open of good stocks. And you're like, why did they just flush it on the open? Because they could. The algorithm tells them that there's so many market orders of people who are scared and weak hands that if all you have to do is tip the dominoes under here and you can buy the stock back and make the money by the end of the day. And that it sickened me, but you can't fight it. It is what it is. So now what I do is I look for stocks. I've got a list of names I like, and I'm like, oh yeah, if they drive down Xerox on the open today, I am laying in wait. So rather than being the person getting flushed out, I had to learn to flip my mind over and just stay one step ahead of these bastards and just use the noise they create, to my advantage. That's how you survive. I saw guys that made millions of dollars in the late 90s in Dell, Cisco, AOL, Yahoo, only to give it all back by maybe 2003 because they spent 2 years in a bear market trying to do the same damn thing. And they weren't smart enough to retool. And that was one of the biggest lessons I ever watched from afar as a trader. I said, no, I'll never let that happen to me. MicroStrategy, when that thing collapsed 80% in one day. We were all there watching it. Friggin', what's his name? Saylor, Michael Saylor. Oh, it's a good question, Amber. What price do look to? Okay, I'm not looking to add to Tesla, but what I really liked seeing today was how Tesla held the 20-day SMA. You can see that perfectly. So there's a gap way back last year that was filled right there, and it was double filled just to make sure. That's when I purchased. That's my vanity entry there, the blue line. So I'm not adding to it. I went full in. Enjoyed this ride immensely, and I knew this wasn't going to last. I knew we were going to get a pullback, but I had cushion to ride into earnings. Honestly, this is healthy. So today, if this low holds, which I sure hope it does, it corresponds with a perfectly reasonable spot, the 20-day SMA. And look at what I mean by that. Look at how the 20 SMA was resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times the 20 SMA in red was resistance. So whether it's a level or pivot, resistance, support, or it can be a moving average. So what was once resistance in a moving average now becomes support. And so far today, halfway through the day, we've confirmed that that may be the low of the day. And if it is, then that is a perfectly acceptable pullback. And you can use that however you feel you need to use that, Amber. What I would be watching right here is I would really like to see this 10 SMA that's curling back up, kind of corral the price and keep it above 375 for the rest of the day, hopefully. If it rolls back over and closes near lows, then I don't know what to say. I don't really want to see that. It very well could come back and double test. And this is another thing the algorithms will do. They will double test a prior low because they know it's literally a predatory, on human nature. It's just a program that is meant to make it difficult for the most people because they think that they've got a pretty good buy right there. And they're like, perfect, I'm going to set my stop just below there. Here we go. And then the powers that be say, oh, really? Let's just test your resolve here, shall we? And if they do test it, we really want to see a quick reversal, and that would be the worst of it. But in the bigger picture of things, Amber, I want to see this low hold. This 20-day SMA was prior resistance, and we need it to become current and future support. It's as simple as that. So on the main chart, I've got the 200. The blue and 50 is very important. The 50-day moving average is very important. And then the red is 20. And then the 10 is that dark one. I call them different names. The 10 is the momentum indicator. The momentum will follow the 10 when they're trending up. The 20 usually is behind the 10 and it acts as a backstop. And then the 50 is just kind of a general bill of health. So we need to get Tesla back above the 50 and close a few days, 3 or 4 days above the 50 next week. And people will start to feel comfortable that maybe that was the low. I'm hoping it was. Because if we go back, there is a gap right there. See that gap? It's right there. And Tesla came back to that. Down here. Barry.
And on that note,
Yeah.
I've only had one trade today, but finally ASGN on a short underneath at 24. It was a horribly beaten up earnings play, all-time low, and missed it a couple of times, but I said, you know what, underneath 24, I like it. So I'm going to ride this one down for a while, I hope, but I know you have to go.
I was going to tell you, I'm still in DXYZ. It's a portfolio position. I'm not trading it.
What is it at right now? Probably the 25 to 30 level or
29. It's
29. Okay.
It's just hanging in there. I think I kind of followed Tesla a little bit on the weakness of Tesla on the open.
Okay.
But I'm using that for the exposure. They have exposure to Claude and OpenAI and a couple other interesting companies that have yet to IPO. So I'm glad you showed me that. I told a few people about it too, so I'll blame you if it doesn't work.
Oh, gosh. Becoming an investment advisor. Yeah, right. Well, if it works out, I'll give you my address. Is it a Ven? I've never done Venmo. I hear all the time, but
I have a bunch of Canadian nickels and dimes I can send you.
They're useless now. We've got rid of virtually every coin.
Really? So if I take those to to a change place, they won't give me any money for them?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll give you like half a cent on the nickel.
All right.
I don't know.
We'll find out.
I haven't, Steve, I haven't felt I haven't felt change in years and years and years. Seriously.
I wonder if we'll
get rid of our penny a long time ago, but anyway, I know you guys are still hanging on.
We are, not for long though. All right, I'll go say goodbye here, and thanks everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you next week, Steve.
Leave studio. Goodbye.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. I got to get out of that cinema mode. Just give me a moment, or get into cinema mode. There we go. And get that music going. That I finally was able to get into the ASGN, guys, underneath the 24 level, right around here. And it was a bit of a challenge because it's down 44%. So I did not get an instant fill. No, there was no problem with the number of shares available, but because it was down, over 10%, but I persisted, and yeah, so this is my only trade of the day so far. So I've taken some off because it got to the 22 level, and you know me, it got to the 22 level, and that's where I thought it might stall. So I've taken some off, but not everything, because I, want to see if it takes that 22 again. Yeah, yes, ASGN short, yes. I'm watching it virtually all day, but look how it settled down kind of right here. It was kind of choppy right there on the 5-minute chart. And then look how it kind of settled down, a little jog there, but kind of settled down. Not as many volatile ticks. Only trade today. Skills. You guys were talking about skills. Wow. Wow. Anybody try on Interactive Brokers? So what time did it hit for you, William, in terms of the announcement? because I'm seeing here trading higher after the competitor Papaya Gaming was found liable in a lawsuit over false advertising. That hit Interactive Brokers. It had been it had been halted, of course, and now it's halted again. 1223. Okay, wow. Let's see if anything hit at 1223 for me. Yeah, the earliest that I'm seeing at Interactive Brokers was at 1231. Hmm. When was the first halt? The first halt was at wow, it's been halted a lot. 1202? No, it must have been halted earlier than that. Halted at 1202, yeah. 1202 was the first halt. At 411. That was an expensive lunch. Seriously, don't know if I would have been able to get in it. It would have met my requirements, but I don't know if it ever, at that first halt, did it go below the halt price and then come back? Low, actually, I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. 10 million in the float. IB is okay. So you could have traded skills at IB. Okay. Yeah. So it went down after the second. Yeah. So I don't do it after the second halt. It has to happen on the first halt. But thank you, Monica. We have the 200 stocks on Hinge. We have the 200-day moving average at 561. Now that's a daily. Are you talking about another 200, another time frame? We have it at 561, not 920. Well, let's see where it could open. There's your halt at 1231. No big clue. New York stock. That's yeah. Typically, New York and MX stocks they're not as interesting to look at in the next column as are the Nasdaq stocks. Okay, weekly. Okay, that's okay. Oh, you're right because I do have it on the weekly. I want to get rid of it. I don't care about seeing the 200. All right. Well, it did just open and it exploded. We're at 15 now, just about 15, and I'm sure it's going to halt again. It's going to halt again, guys. 100% sure it's going to halt again. Yeah, I mean, why? Because it cannot just stay at 1489, 1490 on a stock that's that rapid. No, no way. Wow. Yeah. Now, not 100% sure I would have been in it, William. So, I mean, I'm not going to say, look at all the money I lost. I'm not 100% sure I would have been in it. I would not have got in it after that first halt because it didn't go down below. The didn't go below the halt price. Monica told me that did not go below the halt price. But you know what? I'm in a boring ALGN. If ALGN can break through, I'm sorry, ASGN, not ALGN. If ASGN can break through 22 low here, that'll be the low of the day. Well, I know it's the low of the day. Yeah, it broke through that. That was the low of the pre-market. Yeah, that's the 930 low. Helping me, the cloud, the wave, helping me keeping this trade, guys. Helping me keeping this trade. Uh, that's why I moment racing losers load. Hey, AMST just got halted on the way up, guys. Resumed. Excuse me. What was the halt price? The halt price was 110. Hmm. Next high is pretty close though. Next high is about 130, so it's a little too close for me. I wish the next high were up here at 180. Good stuff, Monica. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys, 107. So one last time, looking at my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including races, bands, pre-market work, or my pre-market top lists that I use. Actually, I guess they're the tree maps I use. Okay, so here are the three promo codes we've got going. Okay, so if you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off using my Barry 30. If you want to take out a 1 month premium subscription, remember the discount's only good for the first month. You can use 25 Barry. That'll get you 25% off first month only of a premium, and 15% off the first month only of a standard, and 15% of course of the whole year of a standard using Barry 15. All I ask, use my code whenever you're going to take out a subscription. It really helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and this room right here. So for those of you on YouTube, there is another room. A lot more action in this room, okay? The trading room. It's free. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He does it. I don't, living in Vancouver. It's not a great time zone for me to do it. So thank you, Obi. He lives in the Boston area. So he does it. So it's 6:45. So if you're looking to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. I get on the mic. Both rooms are around 9 o'clock Eastern time. Then I go to about 2 to 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are some questions though. But when I do leave, the trading room, this room, is open after I leave. Typically, William will keep it open 3:30 to 3:45. It really depends on you guys. If Nobody's posting anything. He might just take off earlier than that. So it's really up to you guys to see how long it's going to be open after I leave. While I do leave, though, I do keep my layout up and running, so you still have stuff to look at. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory for those of you just taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get started. And if you don't have the product, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just that, month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time if you don't like it. Back to basics. If you are relatively new to trading, a free series of videos for you, 15 of them. The last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. So large cap gainers is here. That race is here. This is a more wide open race, a volatile race. Upside versus downside movers right here. This is basically taking two competing in that they both have very similar filters, a price range, a volume, things like that. But with those filters in place, show me the stocks that are moving, making a new high for the day versus the stocks making a new low for the day with those filters in place. So if it's in red, those stocks are making new lows, and if it's in green, see the market's taking a bit of a hit now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Here is a super active Pulse resumes today. Yeah, come on, break 22. Pulse resumes very active today. Excuse me. These are 4 more scans that I'm currently sharing. The only one I have up and running right now is the William up down 25 cents. I do not have the momentum or the gap scanner up, and neither the Pepe combo scanner. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I might bring one of them back again, but if I bring one back, it means I'm going to get rid of one. So I don't have so much coming at me all day long. 420 million? Yeah, right. I'm not disputing Harry. I have a hard time believing it's going to stick without a million challenges. What happened to Papaya then? I don't know if this is it though. This is Papaya growth opportunities. I don't think that's it. Wow. Well, just because I didn't like it because it had that to get through and that to get through, didn't listen to me. Now we got that to get through. What you would think, this is not shortable for me, but you would think when you look at this weekly chart, you look at the daily chart, you would think this area will block it. A lot of resistance. Low float, 3.3 million in the float. So you don't have any left though, do you, William? Of the skills? Is And it just opened? Unbelievable. Going to get halted again. Every time if you see the spread as a penny, there's no way in the world, and stuff, okay, at a price, there's no way in the world it's not going to get halted. So that is the 13th halt now for it. I believe Monica pointed that out to me. I never even thought to look at this council alerts, which basically tells you how many times the stock's been open. Oh, you know what, guys? There now, the question is where, but there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. 110,000 shares, and there's virtually no fee rate. I mean, so you know what? This is going to be some point. It's going to be an incredible short, but when? Was it here, 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 here? Where does it say the 200 and what 40 million? Somebody said 240 million. 420 million. Where does I'm just looking here. I mean, it's going to be disputed. There's no question. I don't think the pie is going to say, okay, well, we agree. Here's 420 million. There's a check. I don't think that's going to happen. But the problem here is that there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. I mean, there's the halt 1870, and now there's 2470. I mean, there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. So we're talking now $1 billion, over $1 billion. Where are you getting all this? I'm surprised that Interactive Brokers does not have that. Maybe it is here in some. I'm just not seeing the actual release. All right. Well, boring ASGN just broke down through 22. New high count 388 for skills and TRT 368. Now you know what? This say to that one TRT. Where are you? Oh, okay, that was the. Oh, that's right. That's an alert window. Looks like that's it for TRT. No, I could have sworn there were no shares available earlier for me on TRT, but there are 80,000 now. I could have sworn there were none at Interactive Brokers. Well, we've got some rocket ships going here, guys. Okay, the SKLZ, the AMST, even the TRT on the way down. Bit of a rocket ship on the way down. All right. Well, if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about 20 seconds. Super risky though. I'm taking a look at this one on the short side. Super risky. Okay, well, it didn't open, guys. That oh, it did just open. Sorry, it did just open. Ah, didn't do it. And now it's open on the way down. Didn't do it though. So this is the first. So that's your first. Well, other than that one down here, there's your first red bar for SKLZ. Okay, well, all-time low. We know that's an all-time low. Every time it makes a new low, that's an all-time low for ASGN. I'll keep trying to impose another downward move by putting a price alert underneath. So ARM, the stock, is up almost, no, not quite 3.5%. This is a two-time long for ARM, plenty of volume. Maybe trying to hold the VWAP, though with the market doing this, bounce plays of some of these larger tech, larger stocks, probably not the way to go right now. Whoa, you're right, Obi. AMSD, hope it's head through two. Now, this one is definitely not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, finally, I'm getting the news. Interactive Brokers. It's just that's not going to it's not going to hold. I mean, I'm not. This is going to be a course challenge. I don't see the 652, but 420 with a 10 million float, not bad. But you've got to know it's will be in litigation probably for years. Well, look at this, guys. Remember how good QS at the beginning of the day in the pre-market got up to $10? Actually gone negative now. Well, don't leave your computer, Cher, for sure. Don't leave your computer. I don't see that $14 open, but that's what I see right now, 1744, 1787. But you were right. Wow. What a short. Uh, well, well, hopefully that makes up for your. Well, no, I'm thinking of somebody else. And it's just going to get halted again. Would have been a nice $700 payday. I was going to go 100 shares, but I didn't do it. Now look, actually, I haven't looked at I don't think I did it today. The indice, the sectors. So top sector right now, XLU dividends, not dividends, the utilities, a lot of dividend stocks in here. And if oil is spiking up again, so there's XLE, OIH. What's the worst one? As always, still not as always, but silver is the worst. You can typically think on a good day, silver is the best, and on a bad day, silver is the worst. There's retail. But let's go to the dock channel bar and then the sectors. You can see how my performance monitor or performance indicators turn bright red. Like way too much going on, but it hasn't slowed down anything yet. But that's a sign for you guys, okay? It should be green. I know I'm sort of in the orange, but definitely don't want red. So how to use this? Well, this is that's the same thing that I showed before, but now here are some individual sectors. We've got 11 of them here. So if you looked at communications as an example, 77% are down for the day, but there are a few that are up. T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. Wow. Like CMC, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. So obviously Comcast had a pretty good earnings release. Okay, up 8%. That's a big move. That's a big move with 3.5 billion in the float. What's the worst one? Take Two? Is that Take Two? Yeah, Take Two Interactive, TTWO. Not an earnings play, but it's down 4.7%. So you can see what you can do. You know, you might have a couple of favorite sectors for the day that you want to track, and you can see that the top stock. Look at utilities. Every single one is up. ECG is basically flat, but this is how KDP, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, yes. You know, I mean, for a stock to be up 7%, usually there's going to be some news in these because these are generally high cap stocks or large cap stocks. What's the worst? LW, Lamb Weston, and that is not an earnings play, but that's down 3%. So you can see some of you who are looking at this maybe for the first time, you might think, wow, maybe this is how I'll use trade ideas every day. This has to be an earnings play. TXN, yeah. Texas Instruments is an earnings play. What do they do still? All I know them for is handheld. Well, in those days, very, very. You had a lot of the trig functions on them, but calculator. I don't know, but look at, I mean, this is $280 stock, and it's an earnings play, and it's a big float, almost a billion in the float. What's the worst one? CRM, probably an earnings play, not an earnings play. So CRM is down 9%. Well, you can see what you can do. You can see the best stock in a sector versus the worst stock in a sector, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Well, it's typically they're 5 minutes, and that was what it was. It was 5 minutes long. Okay, not just well. Okay, maybe just semantics, but yeah, it's a volatility halt, and usually they are 5 minutes long, and another 5 minute, and now it just opened. But now it got halted on the way up. So here's your bounce. So hopefully people coverage is some in this area. It was not fun because what you were short earlier and you kept adding to the short, and now is that what happened? Otherwise, if you I disagree. You had 5 minutes. You had five every time I got halted. You had 5 minutes to think about it. I think probably what you're saying is that it got halted so many times very quickly. It would open and then it get halted, open. All right. Well, where could this go? ASGN, where could it go? I mean, there are no chart resistance. Obviously, it's an all-time low. So keep putting price alerts underneath the price and see if I can keep inducing it down. It's funny, even though I've just had the one trade today, this has been a very fast day for me. A lot of love the questions, a lot of questions. So if you have questions still, keep them coming. Okay, WTRG, just over the whole number. Actually, it's not bad. It's not running away yet. WTRG. What is the next high looking left? Too close. Yeah, 40.42, too close. The price is 40.20 now, so that's too close. Had the next high been up here, I probably would be a lot more interested. That's 41.20 area. That would have been a dollar move, but that could stall it right there, that high right there of 3 days ago. Okay, now another one halted, GRCE. So let's see. Maybe we're going to get into this. Halted on the way up. Doesn't look like it had that big a move. Ah, it's an extraordinary event. Sorry, so it's not a volatility halt. So there's going to be some news on this one. Not good. Not good news. What I don't understand, though, I mean, this is the news already. The client's grace a stroke drug over manufacturing and packaging issues. I mean, that's the news already, and it just got halted. Okay, at 135, and I'm seeing this news, three 117, 119. So I wonder what the news halt is now. Is it just going to be a rehash of this? Oh, I see. I see. I see. Okay. Well, you're going to have to keep reminding me until I leave you. Okay. Because we have so few news events that halt during the day. Okay, guys, another halt on the way down for skills. Oh boy, ASG and another new low. This would have been an awesome short on the break of the VWAP. Okay, for the TRT, you can see what it did. It tried to hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. You know, weren't sure which way it was going to go. Was a VWAP going to hold it, or was it eventually going to pass its way through? And that's what it's done. And that's the TRT. Okay, so the Iranian parliament speaker Talabaf resigns from the negotiating team following Revolutionary Guard's intervention. Okay, I don't know when that news first hit. Boy, I wish it were this easy, guys. You just keep putting price alerts underneath the current price, and it keeps inducing it down. Grace, okay, GRCE. Oh, I see. So, well, interesting. There are shorts available for me, but it depends where it's going to open, of course. And that's for Grace, GRCE. Yeah, the actual market mechanics, I can't tell you exactly, but I mean, this is what it's stacking up at right now for skills, as an example. 1241, 1246. There's the halt price, but doesn't have to be. These prices don't have to be there when it opens. And the orders, well, you're not. Of course, the orders are not being processed while a stock is halted. You've got to wait for the stock to come out of the halt, and then it's a free for all. Well, I don't know, William, but I am just going to keep the 2132. I'm still towing the line on this one, guys. Here's a bottoming tail, but that didn't matter. Okay, SKLZ just opened up, and where did it open up at? It's so darn tempting. Well, there's the VWAP. Okay, 1051 or so is the VWAP. So let's see what it does. If it crashes through that, I mean, it's really over. So for the 18th fault of the day, and that is SKLZ. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. Okay, so I'm bound and determined to figure out how to get rid of that box so that I have something to play with outside. Okay, GRCE just opened and opened way low, way low. Wow. I mean, we knew what the news was, but where it was going to open, and it opened way low because it got halted at 431, so it's cut in half just on that, just there. Well, here's how you can practice trading, guys. Just took 1,000 shares of GRCE. I'm up at $50 now. How do you get rid of this? You would have thought that enabling trade order entry, that would have been it. What a short. What a short for skills up here around the 20 level. Cut in half now. Making money on the upside and the downside. All right, so Grace is halted on the way up. Let's see. Does anybody use this? Does anybody use this in the simulator for the simulated trading? Anybody use this? Because I got to admit, it is pretty simple to use. The only thing I'd like to know is if you can put a stop in without having to go to Brokers Plus. Wow. Halted again, guys. SKLZ halted again for now the 19th time. So obviously did that wrong. Oh, I should have gone sell. No, sell bid. I wanted it right away. I could have gone sell market, I guess. Okay. Well, this is a way in which you can practice trading, though, guys. Okay, seriously. I mean, here's how you can practice trading. Let's take a short of this one. I want to see now. Okay, I'm going to sell the market, 1,000 shares. Okay, here we are. This doesn't look like there's a way to put a stop in here without going to Brokers Plus. I don't know if I'm right or wrong on that. But you can see how they're being added. They're being added to the to Brokers Plus. I mean, you can add the so I don't know what happened here because I was in the grace and it went up, and I didn't put a stop in that I'm aware of. I did not put a stop in on the grace. I should still be in this one in the simulator. I should be up about $400. Well, I'm here, but okay, William, good luck. So you are in it at 942, and that's the halt price. You got in just before the halt price. Is that with a stop at 899? All right, so you're playing the whole number, I guess. There's no other reason I can see for an 899 stop. So you're playing just kind of the break of the whole number a little bit. Well, let's cheer you on. All right, guys. Well, it's about 5-2, so taking off fairly soon, unless we get some questions. Oh, no kidding. No kidding. I didn't realize it had opened. It resumed and it just got halted again. So you were in at what, nine? What would you say? 942. So halted at 1045. Yeah. Well, you have to be making at least $1 a share. I don't think you're out of it. Maybe you're out of it, but you would have to. Okay, you did get out. Okay. Yeah. 50 cent. Yeah, you had about a 50 cent stop and you made $1. I can do that math. Hey guys, in this simulator, taking 300 shares of this Voya. It is call this a VWAP type play. Look like it popped into the VWAP, bouncing off it. Let's see, and I wish I knew if you could put the stop using this. I don't think you can, that I'm aware of. I don't think Pepe's around today. Can't believe it. Wow, well, that was a great bounce for Grace, though. Great bounce. So in the simulator, I guess I'm up 500. This was actually better. I think the Grace was actually better on a percentage basis, going from 2 to 260. What if it's one of these things? All right, let's take a look at Turbo here. Let's see. If I took this trade in the simulator, not enough room. 10 is the next high, so not enough room. Vivo on the move here, guys. VIVO on the move. Some volume came in. Oh, look at the room it's got. No, wrong. You stopped trading as Vivo. Some company had Vivo as the symbol back in 2023. Stopped trading. These guys they wanted that symbol and they got it in March. So this is not a massive drop. Boy, William, ASGN is just, you might be, well, 20. I don't know about 20, but maybe 21 anyway. I got down to, I think it got down to just a little over 21. Yeah, about 21, 21, 11, 21, 16, I think. Oh, I can tell right here. 21, 16 is the low of the day, not that far above it. See how the wave can keep you in a trade, guys. Surprised I don't get more questions about the TI wave. All right. Well, speaking of questions, I don't see any more, so I think I'm going to take off. So William is going to keep the 3:30, 3:45, I guess. William, unless nobody posts stuff, and then he's just going to take off. So before I leave, I will put an announcement here. My layout, I've left for the day. Though you're probably going to see me poking around, but whoops. Okay. So I'll display my layout. I'll continue to display my layout until around 3:30. And for those of you in YouTube, if you want to head over to the other room, you can do so. It'll be open until probably at least 3:30. Okay. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, so just click on my homepage link. These are for people on YouTube, and there it is, the trading room. Okay, so you can come into that room. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. Obi will open this room at 6:45 tomorrow. Thank you, Obi. I'll get on the 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll get on the mic 9 o'clock for both rooms. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. YouTubers, I have to end the stream.